Let's carry on. So good morning, everybody. As Tanya mentioned, my name is Peter Roberts. I used to be with Anglo American up until yesterday. I was with Anglo American Coal. Yesterday we switched to Thungela Resources. I am not using any of the branding because you have to get past the branding police. I don't know who they are at Thungela Resources, but at Anglo it was somewhat difficult to get past them. So I've maintained the background of the classroom environment for those of you who might be missing the lecture room, because you probably haven't been to a lecture for some time in a lecture hall anyway. So who is the target audience? Let's, before we get on to that, let's look at my declaration. I'm just telling you that all my comments and opinions are not attributable to any of either my employee, the GSA, or SACNASP. So if we look at the target audience for whom this presentation is being developed or has been developed, we're looking at the young geologist who's either finishing a degree, looking for employment, or starting out in the mining industry, or in the industry per se. So moving on to the large mining companies, I've made a list of some of these while I make sure that I'm using my pointer and changing, not trying to change with my mouse, change slides with my mouse. Anyway, I've listed these companies in alphabetical order so that we're not showing any favoritism. These are some of the multinational diversified mining companies that you should be familiar with in the South African context, and I've listed also the main commodities that they mine. So we've got here for Anglo American crop nutrients, and you'll see that BHP have potash. These are more or less the same thing. You should be familiar with most of these names. Anglo American, Anglo Gold Ashanti, BHP, no longer in South Africa. Anglo Gold Ashanti has a small footprint here. Glencore, Goldfields, Rio Tinto, Sibanye-Stillwater, and South 32. So most of these will have head offices and primary stock exchange listings in either London, Sydney, or New York. Many of them will have secondary, occasionally primary listings on the JSE. Anglo Gold actually has a listing in Ghana as well. And many of the companies will have regional offices across the globe, and they might be, for example, Perth is the regional office for BHP Iron Ore. Anglo American has a marketing office in Singapore. Numerous companies will have porphyry copper regional offices in Santiago, for example, in Chile. Exploration is, of course, worldwide. There seems to be a focus in Africa, Australia, Eastern and Northern Europe at the moment, and the Americas are coming back into fashion. South America has never gone out of fashion. All right, let's just go back. So those are some of the ones that you should be familiar with. If you go to a quick Google search, you'll find that only 3 or 4 of these are going to be in the top 10 of the world's largest multinationals, and those 3 or 4 would be Anglo American, which sits at number 6. BHP alternates, well, it's actually at number 2. Rio Tinto is number 3, and Glencore sits at number 1. Of the top 10 leading mining companies based on revenue, 6 of them are actually Chinese, and they're not going to be familiar to myself or probably to you. 4 of them mine coal exclusively, all of them in China, and 8 out of 10 of the top 10 all mine coal in some form or the other, mostly metallurgical coal these days, as we moved away from thermal coal. I think Glencore is probably the only one mining thermal coal at the moment. So if we look at some of the major SA mining corporates, and those who haven't made this list, please don't be offended. This is my personal selection. It's Anglo Gold, Anglo Plats, Assmang, Exxaro. They also mine coal, thermal coal. Goldfields, Impala Platinum, Kumba Iron Ore, Sasol, Sibanye-Stillwater, and De Beers. There's some others who are knocking on the door. African Rainbow Minerals, they might want to be on the left-hand side list there. Harmony Gold, recently taken over the Anglo Gold Ashanti operations. Northern Plats, Royal Bafokeng Plats, and Seriti Resources. Resources, which is another thermal coal-based organization, and has as the 1st of June taken over the South 32 coal operations in the Witbank area, or Witbank and surrounding areas. So what is unique about most of these companies? The answer to that is that they are all primarily single commodity entities. The exception, we have Sasol, which we'll just get onto a little bit later. African Rainbow Minerals, which has a variety of commodities, or mines a variety of commodities, and Sibanye-Stillwater, which is primarily gold and PGMs. So Sasol, to most South African geologists, is a coal mining company. They also do a lot of oil and gas work, particularly in the States, but they're actually in fact listed on the stock exchange as a chemical company. So that's just for your information. Those were the one. So let's see who's got a one. It's Anglo Gold and Goldfields. They have a greatly reduced footprint in South Africa at the moment. Goldfields is left with South Deeps. Other operations are in Australia and South America. Anglo Gold, as of September last year, sold its last mine to Harmony, but it does maintain its head office in Johannesburg, which is a little bit surprising, but that's the way it is at the moment. So if we look at the typical or ideal geology career path in a mining corporate, you would come out of varsity probably on having a bursary, perhaps for your 3rd year in honors. You would then walk into a professional in training program. This might last for 24 to 36 months, depending on which company you're at. And let's see if we can move that. And that program would focus on safety in the workplace, safety for yourself and your colleagues in the workplace. And of course, you would be expected to take some of those learnings home as well. Leadership development, personal development, etc. You would ideally rotate between the mines. Whichever company you're with would, we hope, have more than one mine. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a multi or a large mining company. You would, if possible, rotate between commodities. If you were lucky, or perhaps unlucky, you might get a stint at head office. And if you were really lucky, you would get a stint in exploration, which I think is perhaps the best place to be. Maybe I'm showing a personal bias there. You would, during these rotations, have exposure to different mining methods, whether open cast or underground. You have exposure to the different disciplines on the mines. So it would be survey, mine planning, the occupational hygiene people who look after ventilation and things like that. And of course, you'd have exposure to different styles and types of management at each operation. The rotation between the mines would also provide an excellent networking opportunity, which would then, we hope, the intention is to stand you in good stead as you develop your career. You have some contacts. You may even have picked up a mentor along the way, and you would, of course, be networking with your peers, who would be your colleagues that you came in as professionals in training with, and of course your other colleagues from other disciplines. And those relationships are always well worth developing and maintaining. After the professional and training program is finished, you would hope to be promoted to either a production or exploration geologist, most likely a production geologist. You'd be then responsible for the day-to-day geology operations and interactions. So you'd be doing grade control, mapping and sampling, reporting, etc. If there is any drilling and sampling, you'd probably be involved with that. It could be exploration, it could be grade control drilling, in-pit drilling, might be blast hole drilling if your particular company is collecting data from blast holes. Of course, you would have been involved with safety as well. So after that, you might be a production geologist on a mine for 2 or 3 years, move to another mine, maybe for another 2 or 3 years, and then you would probably at that stage, if there was an opening, you could then look at promotion to the geology manager, exploration superintendent, complex geologist, senior geologist, whatever whatever system your company is following. Those are just some of the titles that might be available for the next step. Previously, you were responsible for the day-to-day geology activities. If you get promoted, you're now accountable for them. So it really means the buck stops with you. And that would be for all aspects of the on-mine geology functions, including, again, safety, inputs into production, personnel management, budget management, and estimates for the following year and execution of the budget, and contractor management, whether it's a underground drilling crew, exploration drilling company, geophysics team, whether you're doing surface geophysics or down the hole geophysics, and that sort of thing. You will, of course, I haven't put it here, but you will, of course, go to a lot of meetings. If you did not get to the geology manager position, they put it on the mine, there's other options which might be based at head office or your regional office, and that would be the geology specialist or the resource specialist, typically not based at the mine. Again, involved with safety. You do a lot of governance and assurance work. The resource specialist would be involved with modeling, geological modeling, and from that, of course, the resource and perhaps the reserve reporting. Reserve reporting might be managed by the mine planning department, but you would have some significant input into the reporting of reserves just from the fact that you were reporting the resources. And of course, the health of discipline, which is really succession planning. Are people getting the necessary training? Are they equipped with the right training courses? Do they have the right background and support to complete their jobs properly? The next step would then be the head of geosciences or the group geologist, whatever it might be. But there can only be one person in that role. Typically, you would not have 2 or 3 heads of geology. So, if 3 of you start together as PITs, only one of you is going to end up as a group geologist, because you might be waiting for someone to retire, or otherwise you've got to look for other options, which we can discuss later on. So there's a common theme between all of these jobs, and those of you who are in the corporate environment and perhaps even in the junior environment who will recognize that safety has come up in all of these. Safety, as you know, is a critical issue for all mining companies. And of course, there are many reasons for this. Firstly is that nobody wants to be responsible for getting somebody hurt or even killed. That's really bad for business. There's a reputational impact. As unnecessary injuries really don't help your standing with your shareholders, the DMRE, the unions, and even the morale of the employees. If you're having a string of bad accidents, that takes a knock and that impacts on production. So safety is a common theme, and not without good reason. So once you've let me just go back a little bit. If you've moved from the production stroke exploration geologist, you might see opportunities for yourself, not as a geology manager, but as one of the specialists in some of these other roles. It could be reserve and resource reporting, structural geologists, geohydrology, geostatisticians. You can see all of these. Geometallurgy has become quite a new term. It's not really a new job, but it really involves how the ore that you're mining will react in the plant, and it's a sort of a link between the geologist and the metallurgist, and what you can do as a geologist to make the plant the plant produce more effectively. Spectral Geology was a new ad that Anglo American had out, I think, early last year. And of course, there's a big demand for data management and data analytics, which is becoming quite a big theme as well. These positions will require a postgrad qualification, usually a minimum of an MSc, and usually significant expertise and experience in that particular field that you have chosen, if that's the field that you have chosen to go into. Excuse me. The geologists are typically very well qualified to transition into rock engineering, mining, mine planning, technical services managers. Rock engineering and mining, if you're going to make that transition, I would suggest you do it earlier rather than later. Mine planning is a good space to be in as well. Technical services manager, you would need some experiences, some experience. Marketing, we have a couple of geos when I was with Anglo who moved into the marketing space. Land management and mine closure was also becoming very topical as the mines get older. Rehabilitation becomes an issue. Mine closure is one of those ongoing activities which could keep you busy forever, literally. Safety, health and environment, sustainable development are also other areas where you could move into business improvement and work management. So, your career path is not limited to geology, and you need to keep that in mind as you are moving through your career. Do you want to move? Where do you want to move to, and when, and what sort of formal learning or education might you need to assist that move, because those things you have to get in place before you can move. So it's moving on to the pros and cons. So some of I've called it pros and cons here, but in fact it's pros or cons, and you'll see that a lot of these are the same. So the location, the pros, if you don't want to be in Santon, it's a great place to be in a mining company in a mining town. Some of you may not want to be in a mining town. Perhaps infrastructure is not so good. There's going to be no theatre if you like to go to the theatre, things like that. So location depends on where you are in your life. If you've got young kids, you would be looking for good schools. Some of the smaller mining towns might not be ideal for you. It is a mining company, like take it or leave it. It's a good or bad thing. If you've chosen geology, you would probably find a mining company as a pro, but a lot of the media and some of the society impacts on or views of mining companies are not very positive. We didn't, I think I mentioned it briefly, the single commodity focus. So you could become an expert, for example, in platinum or gold or coal or base metals or whatever it might be. And if you wanted to sign off on a CPR, competent persons report, you would need at least 5 years of experience in that particular commodity. And it probably not your first 5 years, it might be your second 5-year stint. So after 10 years, you're now an expert in platinum, for example, which makes moving to base metals, or perhaps not gold, but certainly base metals or coal or diamonds, would be very difficult, because you would have to then take a step back in your career. And so if you want to expand your career experience outside of, let's say, platinum into, for example, diamonds, that single commodity focus is going to be a problem. So established processes are usually, it does make for, what to do, the systems are there are people to guide you. It does become routine. So these two are more or less the same. And that can be a con. You don't want to get stuck into a rut of doing the same thing over and over again for too long. I mean, at first you've used a learning experience, and that's great. But if you're doing that for 2 or 3 years, it becomes less exciting. The corporate mining guys are generally people orientated, and they do have more career and personal development opportunities. The downside of that is it is a defined career path, and there is a ceiling, which we have discussed as well. So then you have to perhaps start looking around elsewhere, where else you might want to be. Some of these companies, most of these large mining companies, will have upwards of 50,000 people. A quick Google search yesterday told me, or on the weekend, told me that I think it was Glencore has over 150,000 employees, which is a lot of people, and you're just going to be one of those. So relatively more stable. That is perhaps less true in the more recent past. There have been a number of Section 189, which is a retrenchment process happening, I think, at Sasol, certainly at Anglo American, De Beers, or Anglo Coal, De Beers, South 32, and so on. So that's just reflecting, I think, the times that we're in at the moment, the economic times, and perhaps the impact of COVID, but probably not. So the job security issue is not necessarily true, but compared to a junior mining company, it probably is. But don't think if you're going to join a mining company that you're going to be there for the rest of your career. Retrenchments come along, and they come along every, so if the economic cycle is in a downturn, they'll come a lot more frequently than you would like. They do have competitive salaries, so a professional in training might well be starting on something, depending which company you're with, but around the 25,000 Rand a month take home, and that obviously excludes the amount which have been contributed to pensions, medical aid, etc. So the salaries can be quite good. There is a focus on innovation and world-class technology, and that's a discussion which we could have, a long discussion on that. The big mining companies and even the big other multinationals, not just the mining companies, for example, General Motors, trying to think of a few others, but all the large corporate mining, all the large worldwide, world-renowned companies will be working on innovation and world-class technology. Mining companies are no exception to that. And it's really only the big multinationals who can afford to do that. The junior miners can't afford to do that. The junior miners are not. They're technology followers, not technology leaders. And there's a lot of work happening in this space, but it's mostly in the space for improved safety, reduced water and energy consumption, and as a result of that, reduced costs and increased efficiencies. Not necessarily related to the geology world, but certainly to the mining world as a whole. And all of these companies will have a mine of the future or a innovation hub where these things are focused on. And they're not looking at tweaking or optimizing existing technologies. They're looking at breakthrough technologies which are going to make the major step change to mining efficiencies and so on. And a lot of these things are driven by society demands for improved, in relation to the sustainability goals. So coming back to some of the cons, there is a lot of hierarchy and red tape. There is slow decision making, and they are generally large and conservative organizations. So one of the little pet hates that I have is that I can no longer use a memory stick. So the USB memory stick is not allowed. Getting onto YouTube videos is not allowed. So if you want to go and do those things, you've got to do them at home. I think the smaller companies will not have the IT infrastructure in place to manage those things. So now we don't talk about corporate recruiting. So we want to get into the corporate mining space. So there are two main mechanisms. One is the corporate website, which is the primary advertising mechanism. So it will cover all roles across all locations, worldwide usually, and you can filter those and see which ones you might be interested in. The application methods are pretty prescribed, and the formats are there. I mean, if I look for a job internally, they still sometimes want my matric certificate, which I find a bit odd, but that's what it asks for. And of course, it's not a single step process. You would apply. There might be a long list generated of, let's say, 200 people. You would cut that down to the top 20, and from the top 20, you would select your top 5 for an interview. You have to be careful of the HR people filtering the long list. So if you are in a position where you are part of the selection committee or interview committee, make sure you have a look at the list yourself, the long list, and that some good candidates haven't been filtered out by HR. The other method is the internal email. So you might have an internal mail that comes out, and it would be restricted to that particular business unit. It might, obviously, it would be job specific, and that email is limited to company employees. So it's an internal transfer or move that you would be looking at, and again, that would be filtered by HR, because you still have to apply, not quite with the same degree of detail, because hopefully they would know who you are, but the HR is still in the mix there, as you would expect. Right. So there are a number of non-corporate options as well. So once you've got your degree and you've now hopefully have a little bit of experience, wherever it might be, and you'll hear about some of these after my presentation. It's academia. I think David's going to be talking about the Council for Geoscience. But you could look at postgraduate studies. These obviously don't pay, but if you've decided to change your career path, you might have to take that step. MSCs are quite common. They can be purely research or course related. I think the resource, is it MRM, the mineral resource management one, is quite common at the moment, or quite popular. We have people doing MBAs, geologists doing MBAs, some studying law, financial risk management, sustainability degrees as well. Postgrad degrees in sustainability are also completed. So there are a number of options in that field. You can look at the government and the state-owned entities. That's MINTEC, the Department for Mineral Resources and Energy, the CSIR, ESCOM. Surprisingly enough, do have a number of geologists on their books. Academia, which I'm sure Sharad will be discussing later. And of course, there's entrepreneurship. You might go into a niche consultancy, the SMME, the junior or the mining, junior exploration or mining companies. You could be self-employed as a contractor. And then I've put down here international opportunities. Of course, you should not be limiting yourself to South African opportunities. You might need to look across our borders for job opportunities, and whether those are in Africa or elsewhere in the world, those should certainly be on your list of things to consider. And those are really eye-opening opportunities, because it'll be very different to what you've learned. It might perhaps put you on the back foot because you will not be familiar with the local geology, but that would be something that you would have to pick up as you go along. So in my closing comments, let's see how we're doing for time, a little bit ahead of time. So you have to manage your career. Do you know what you want? So, I mean, if you can answer that with a positive, then you're probably a step ahead of many of your peers. Do you have a plan? Because without your plan, you're not going to get where you think you want to do. So while you're busy working, you should be asking questions, lots of questions, to anyone that you can see. I mean, you'll get different answers to the same questions, and it'll be a different perspective from whoever is answering, and that will help. That'll just help you understand either the process or the whatever is happening around you that you're querying. So that brings us to the next point. So you have to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. How is that impacting on the company? What is the purpose of your job? If you can't see the purpose, find out why. If you still can't see the purpose, maybe you should suggest that there needs to be something else that you should be doing. Whatever you are doing could be dropped because it's not effective. So your boss will always be happy if you are looking for ways to introduce efficiencies and improve the system. but don't be too over enthusiastic, because you might not make too many friends. But there are many ways of introducing efficiencies, and when you get to some of the more established mines, you will see some of the methods and methodologies are a little outdated. So stay relevant, whether that's by reading or upskilling, doing postgraduate courses, whatever it might be. There's a lot of information that's out there now. I'm sure you're all familiar with Google and the various searches you can do and the topics that are on there. And you need to focus on what is relevant to your career, and even slightly outside of that, so that you can contribute and be involved in work outside of your current, your immediate skill set. So if you have the opportunity to volunteer in and out of work, if you volunteer in work, you'll certainly get noticed, and that might well help your promotion prospects. And out of work, it's it's a good thing to have on your CV if you're sort of giving back to the community, wherever it might be that you are and whatever it is that you're doing. Move out of your comfort zone. I'm sure you're all familiar with it, the fact that you only learn at either the edge or as you approach the edge of your comfort zone. So don't get too comfortable. Make a lot of notes. So where you make them and how you make them is up to you. But if it's worth making a note, remember where they are and how to get to them, so that you can go back to them. And I think you'll find archiving your email is a fairly critical issue. Email is a very good audit trail. So if you've got an audit trail of your emails of this is what you did when, people will. They can't argue with your audit trail if you've got an email audit trail. But if you're just talking about, well, I said this to him and she said that to me, then it's a he said she said thing. And then finally, manage your life. So if you can, and I could really recommend, enjoy what you're doing. I've enjoyed my career. Obviously, it's not all been wine and roses, but from majority of my career, I've had a good time and I've enjoyed what I'm doing. Manage your finances. That's an important one. You might not think so when you're young, but certainly it is, and you'll appreciate that once you get over 40. Manage your boss. That's an important career skill that you should develop, and it'll do you the world of good if you can manage your boss properly. Clear out your clutter, so don't carry too many millstones and clutter around with you. And of course, the last point that I have is to make sure you go on holiday so you can relax and come back refreshed and a positive perspective on what you're doing. Okay, that's it from me. For those of you who are starting out, good luck. And we do have a few minutes for questions, I think. Tanya, if you want to open the floor.
Yes, we do have sufficient time for questions. So folks, please put up your hand. If you don't know how to put up your hand, just unmute yourself and ask your question. Don't be shy. Pete's had a million years experience in this. Carrie, go ahead.
I figured out how to put up my hand. I struggled to unmute myself. Thank you very much, Pete. I was wondering if you could share with the audience, what is your opinion on completing an honors degree and then getting work experience before deciding on postgrad courses, or if you think the academic portion should be done all in one lump and then moving to industry?
Often depends on personal circumstance. A lot of people will do the master's degree after honors because there's limited job opportunities. If you can get a job, and it's a job that is in your field of interest, you may well be able to use the job as part of your master's research, which then benefits you and the company. So there's again pros and cons on depending on who you are. So that there's no good answer. There's no one answer. Let me put it that way. A lot of people will be doing MSCs because they couldn't get a job, which is fine. And you hope that during that time the market changes, and when you've now graduated with your masters, you are better qualified than perhaps some of your peers. But if they've been working, they've got 2 years experience or 3 years experience, which you haven't got. So it depends on personal circumstance.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Pete, I've got one. What do you think is the future of the large company in South Africa? And for example, Anglo Coal has moved over to a junior company. We've got various other companies that have unbundled their sections. Do you see this unbundling continuing on and large companies becoming more fragmented and actually smaller? Or do you see the large company continuing as a large corporation?
I would expect most of the current large companies who are in South Africa to remain. Those who have unbundled would have done so by now. Probably Anglo was the last one to get rid of their coal assets here. Glencore is planning to, as far as I know, I can't speak for Glencore, but my understanding is that they are quite happy with their current portfolio in South Africa. Anglo has De Beers, not a big footprint. I think it's just Phoenicia at the moment. They have Kumba Iron Ore, very big footprint in the Northern Cape. And of course, they've got Anglo Plat. So, they're not going to walk away from those operations at the moment. As the operations approach the end of their life, any large mining company will want to divest of those assets, because if your life of mine is less than 10 years, it's not attractive to the large mining company. The large mining company is looking for a 20-year plus life of mine, good returns over a long term. The the economic situation here, perhaps not the economic, but the political situation, the DMRE and the problems we have with our, getting permits and prospecting rights, those do make it difficult for the large corporates. So, they can afford to wait 3 years, but do they want to wait 3 years for a prospecting permit? Makes it particularly difficult for the junior miner. So, if you have an established mine, the long life of mine, I think the large corporates will stay.
Thank you. Carlo, you have a question?
Thanks, Tanya. Thanks very much, Peter. That was a very informative presentation. Peter, in your opinion, for consultants to get involved in mines, what would you say is the best way to follow, firstly? And secondly, don't you think that some of the bigger mining companies will tend to move towards consultants doing some of the work and outsourcing some of the work in order to minimize internal people that they have to appoint and sort of the overheads on their side? Thanks very much for the answer.
So to answer your second question first, there is a move in some cases, there's a move to consultants. It does reduce your headcount, but you do lose some control over the quality of work. Often you may have to spend as much time training the contractor consultant in what's required as you may as well do it yourself. So the headcount issue is a big one for a lot of the corporates, and reducing headcount would be the main reason for the consultants to come on, particularly if it's a short-term program. That's where the consultant can come into that short-term space. The best way for the consultants to get into the mining environment, they should have a client list. They should have some contacts, some networking opportunities, and those are probably the best way. A lot of the access these days is controlled by supply chain. So if you want a job on a large corporate or a large mining or through a large mining house, you have to come through supply chain, and there are various hurdles and roadblocks that you have to manage to get on there. So calling up your buddy who you knew from such and such and say, can you do this job? That's not going to happen anymore. If you are a large established mining company, you could probably carry the costs of maintaining your geological team on the books in-house. And only call in consultants for short-term specialized work, which might come up on occasion. So that's probably the situation as I would see it.
Thanks, Peter.
Thanks, Pete. There's a couple of questions on the chat. Two of them are along similar vein. having to do with people with PhDs. So firstly, is the career path that you outlined earlier similar for someone with a PhD versus someone with a BSc? In other words, would someone with a PhD still be required to start off as a geologist in training, or would they be placed in a more senior role in industry? And converse to that, is the perception true that someone with a PhD is actually overqualified for the mining industry?
So if you had a PhD, you probably would not start as a PIT. You would come in as a production geologist, resource specialist, or some sort of specialist role. And there were several that I listed there. So no, you wouldn't start as a PIT. Are you overqualified? You know, if you're going into those specialist roles, if you've got a PhD, and let's say you've done a PhD in structural geology, and you know you're well regarded in that field, you would come in as a structural geology specialist. You would be recognized for your qualifications and paid accordingly. If you had a PhD and you were starting on, you know, you're desperate for work and you needed to work in a production environment, you would not get any credit for the PhD. You'd be paid as a production geo and protected and expected to do the work of a production geo. So, you know, there you wouldn't have any credit for that. Let me see if that covers the questions.
Yeah,
I think that answers it.
Yeah. Very, very briefly, Itumeleng.
Yes. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Itumeleng. How are you?
I'm doing good. I don't mean to backtrack, but just wanted to ask about the headcount issue. I think we all know back in the days, we used to have large geology departments, and it's sort of thinned down, and then the role has sort of become much less, or maybe fewer people doing more. Do you see a scenario where we start expanding on those in the future because of the large number of geologists that we have available? Or do we continue in this vein where we are now spreading out into the other disciplines instead of staying mainly purely in geology?
Yeah, so the choice to move out of geology is entirely a personal one, although it might well be impacted by the amount of work that is available. Headcount reduction is, you know, that's going to be with us, I think, for some time. You know, there's some hope that we might be streamlining some of our activities because we've now, you know, going digital, and digitalization is with us, and so on and so on. I don't see that at the moment. You know, in future it may well come, and I'm sure that there were some presentations earlier about big data and how it's going to help us. And big data will help us, but perhaps not in the geology field, but certainly in the mining field. So, you know, I don't really see the mining companies expanding their geological workforce in the future, which is unfortunate. But that would be my view. Most of the guys have, you know, they've built up large geological contingents during the good times, and the good times, you know, might be now if you're Kumba. But when the iron ore price drops, you might well have to restructure because you're overstaffed and there's just not enough money to go around. And you know, it's not targeting just the geologists; they would be targeting the entire workforce to reduce their headcount.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Pete. We now move on to the next presentation. We've spoken about large mining company. And now we'll hear Glenn Norton talk to us about the complete opposite, what happens in a junior exploration company. So Glenn.
Thanks, Tanya. Cheers, everybody.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Glenn, and for the last 20 odd years, I've been involved in various junior mining and exploration companies, from private companies to listed companies. Currently, I have my own mining group. We do contract mining, we mine for ourselves, and we do mineral handling. And what I would like to talk today is really about a journey of what geoscientists in this field can expect, what I feel is expected of them. The job can be fun, it can be tedious, it can also be heartbreaking at times. So the field that we really are in is the 18 million to 8 billion rand per annum turnover. And the activities that you can expect to be involved in as a geoscientist is production. You would be expected to know A to Z of the production. In my case, my geoscientists, I expect them to understand the exploration on the ground. How do they turn that into extracting the mineral? How do they process the mineral? And then have a large understanding of beneficiation of that mineral. And in some cases, I do like to expect them to understand the financial side of selling or marketing of these products. What the geoscientists should also get involved in is the regulatory compliance. That gives them a broad understanding of what they're extracting, how to manage contractors. In the case of the listed companies, it is always, in my opinion, very good to bring the geoscientists into the financing side, get them to present to the investors or the boutique finance houses, and from an early stage, they understand their contribution to the success of the company. This is the value chain of what can be expected in mining. Canadian and Australian juniors generally focus on discovery and exploration feasibility studies. It's a lot easier for them to extract finance from the market. We in South Africa rather focus from the construction side up, and we'll try and take a project that someone else has discovered and come up with a simple feasibility study. These pictures below demonstrate what I expect of the geoscientists. They must really understand what they're mining. They must understand how they process the mineral or the ore through from crushing and screening through to final extraction. And then I like them to be part of the extraction, in this case diamonds, because they see the value that they have added. The challenges that are facing geoscientists these days are: how do you complete a resource or reserve statement when you have limited funding? So therefore, it forces them to be creative. I like to get my people to think outside of the box. And how do we get the best bang for the buck? If we cannot get to a resource or reserve statement on a certain project, do we leave that project? Or do we look for an alternative manner to bring it to fruition? DMR regulations, we find, are highly regulated. They are slow and a minefield that requires patience. This is also key in teaching our geoscientists. How do they be patient? How do they network with the DMR? How do they find what the roadblock is? And how do we breach it in a legal manner? We have the challenges of community issues these days. Due to political forces, there are unrealistic expectations that are created in the communities. When we first start a project, we find that we have to dispel the unrealistic expectations. And it's up to the geoscientist, who is a leader of the company, the face to the company, to go into the communities, start working with them, build the trust, and understand on what, in our limited form, we are able to bring to the community, and how do we get the skills transferred to them. When we start talking about skills attraction, you don't always have the ability to pay top dollar for a resource. Therefore, you have to look carefully in the industry. You have to try and find people that are like-minded. This requires a different skill set. You have to be able to network via LinkedIn, Facebook. It's always good that the geoscientist brings their own team in on a new project. They take ownership of that team and they ensure that they produce. Coming back to ownership, it is very rare for the geoscientists these days to find those who can build ownership in a team. And I think for junior geoscientists, they need to look introspectively and think on how are they going to be able to build a team, and through enthusiasm, through work ethics, rather than simply paying top dollar for the salary. As previously mentioned in one of the questions, the current economic climate in South Africa is dire. There are not a lot of positions out there. So if you want to be successful as a geoscientist in the junior sector, you really have to market yourself at the top. You need to have ownership. You need to be able to build your team. You must be able to communicate with all walks of life. These are some of the issues that the junior faces and that the geoscientist in particular has to deal with. As stated by Gwedi Montashi earlier this year, we have an outstanding 235 mining rights, 2,435 prospecting rights, 1,644 mining permits. And the mining permits are what's specifically of interest to us as in the junior sector. That's where we get early minerals to the market. 724 license renewals and 238 Section 11 change of ownership. This is one of the biggest challenges that we have to overcome. And the key is the junior geoscientists being able to engage with the DMR, get them to understand our challenges. And last but not least, in this field, is the DE regulations. It is very difficult for a junior company, and specifically us as geoscientists, to engage on this, because generally there's no funding available to bring the DE regulation into fruition in our companies. Communities are viewed as a pest, as a risk, but they are also a valuable part of mining successfully. And today, on many of my operations, we are experiencing major challenges with the communities, but we have found that by having continuous engaging sessions, by working with the youth, working with the elders, because they all have different goals, we are able to try and get some semblance of understanding of how a mine, our prospecting exercise will bring some benefit to them. And they lack education. So the expectation is I start mining today, tomorrow there's going to be plenty of money flowing to the community. That we have to mitigate all the time. And we certainly don't want to see protests like Marikana. We've had our own share of protests through misunderstanding. And it's been a lesson that we've had to learn the hard way on how to engage with the communities. But when we attract our skills, we cannot compete with the high-paying major producers. We are able to offer life skills. We are able to offer freedom, which often you don't have in the majors. It is a higher stress environment due to the pressures required to be successful. We expect the geoscientists to be the jack of all trades, to be able to do from A to Z. But the benefit is you gain multiple skills, could not be gained in a major because you cover all the fields. You're given the responsibility to exercise accountability beyond the levels you would find in a major. When I give my geoscientists over a project, they make all the decisions. I expect a phone call once a day to explain. They know what their limits are. They know what they're allowed to work in, and they are allowed to make mistakes. And they are praised for their successes. It is easier for a geoscientist who's worked in the junior field to transition to executive management in a junior or create their own startup because they have been experienced, have the experience of the entire field. And this is valuable as a startup. Your own PA, your own geologist, your own metallurgist, you're also the boilermaker, and you have to have that experience. Now, when it comes to funding, as you can see, we are in the high risk category, and that often relies on the relationship that we as the geoscientists can build with the funding people. The funders often don't have an understanding of what you're trying to sell. So it comes down to practical knowledge. Explain to them, show to them, talk to them all the time. And that gives the geoscientist valuable experience. This slide, it just highlights the difficulties and challenges that you're going to face in the junior miners. I don't expect to go through it, but you'll all be able to read it later on. Our current economic challenges, as previously discussed, community development, a lot is expected, there's very little funding. All has to come from production. ESCOM, our impact of power failure is huge on the young juniors or the geoscientists, as we often lack the ability to mitigate the power failures. We have to run on diesel, highly expensive alternatives. We don't have the ability to go and put in solar. Coronavirus has been debilitating for the geoscientists because the juniors have closed. So many of my colleagues' companies have closed. It's meant that a lot of our junior geoscientists are now unfortunately in the job market. And the volatility of commodity prices. We've seen the coal pricing crash last year. It's risen again. We've seen the total devastation in the diamond industry. And that is very difficult for a junior company and for the geoscientists to be able to mitigate. What do we need from geoscientists? We need geoscientists who are responsible, who are able to get up, manage their time, who are to be able to be inquisitive. They want to understand the business from A to Z. And at the same time, not to be afraid to take accountability. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That is a picture of what I do. That's what I feel that the junior geoscientists should be doing in this industry. And I think that there is a big scope for them going forward.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you very much for that. Okay, we've got some time for questions. Kerry, would you like to ask your question with respect to engaging with the community?
Certainly, I will do. Thank you, Tanya. Glenn, I had asked the question, when you engage with the community, how much do you rely on print media and formal record keeping? So in other words, putting your words on paper so that you can be held to them later on, as well as taking the opportunity to provide additional clarifying information if the community feels it would benefit them.
everything that we do after we have a community meeting, what has been said by both parties is captured and distributed so that we can be held liable for what we have committed to. At the same time, we hold the community liable to what they do. We also rely heavily on social media because there's a lot of negative perceptions that are created by certain elements in communities. You have to all the time create positive news about what are you doing, let people know.
Thank you.
Itumeleng, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Morning, Glenn. Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick one on in the initial stages of any project before when you guys are maybe in discovery or exploration, what problems do you guys encounter when it comes to access to data? I read an article, I think it's in Mining Weekly, where they mentioned that there's a real effect on juniors when it comes to the access to data. I don't know if we have any colleagues from the CGS who are here, but South Africa has very limited access to data, or it's difficult to access some of the maps, farm boundaries, etc., etc. I mean, if you look, for example, at a place like Australia that has a data cube that has almost 2 petabytes of data, it's very easy for juniors to access that information and make it easy for them to sort of go on new exploration projects, etc. What are some of those challenges that you guys are facing in terms of access to data?
We find that it's more time consuming trying to find the limited data than actually going out and we generate the data ourselves. You're able to, from the Surveyor General, get the farm boundaries and then ground truthing, because trying to rely on access to data, you spend months at it, and generally the data is not very useful. So what we do is find where we are interested in the project, and we get onto the ground truthing, and immediately start drilling on the least expensive method, or take an excavator and dig a few trenches, do a bit of sampling, and from there we are able to develop the next phase, or say, well, we don't believe this project's going to work, it becomes too expensive.
Okay, no, thanks, man.
Thank you.
Andrea, would you like to unmute and ask your question about brownfields and greenfields exploration, please?
Okay, I just want to know, I know it's easier to go from greenfield to brownfields exploration, but how difficult is it to go from brownfields into greenfields exploration, where you consider they're not sort of qualified or got enough experience to do it?
I don't think that there's really any difference. If you're a geoscientist and you're passionate and you're working with the right person, you can make the change very easily. For me, if you come and apply for a job with me and sit down and discuss, you convince me based on your personality and your enthusiasm, it doesn't make a difference on where you have worked previously. I would think that as a well-rounded geoscientist, you should be able to easily transition between these different phases.
Another question I'd like to ask is, what's the proportion of female exploration scientists in greenfields exploration compared to males? Because I do know, like, if you look at the Middle East, they won't employ female field geologists. So does that factor in the rest of the world? The perception that women can't work in the field?
I can't talk for the rest of the world. I can talk with what I've done. And certainly I've found that female exploration geologists have been far more willing and open-minded to see the project for what it is than the male geologists. In fact, at one stage, the majority of my team was female. So I think there's no barrier in this country. It just becomes up to the individuals.
Okay.
And I can vouch for that. I remember doing some work with Glenn many years ago when there were far more female geologists in the field working than there were male geologists. Kerry, your question, please.
Would you be able to give us an example of something that went wrong technically on one of the projects you were doing? So you've inspired us to own up to our mistakes and learn from our lessons. Could you let us know, without giving anything secret away, something that you now would have done differently?
Is really allowing a geologist with 2 weeks experience from university to take a drill and go out and start drilling for diamondiferous gravels without spending enough time teaching them what the gravel looks like. So the mistake there came back to being my mistake, because the geologist was not sufficiently educated by me. And I think that was a very, very valuable lesson for myself as well as for the geologist, because the geologist only put his hand up 2 weeks later and said, I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Oh dear. All right then, thank you.
There's a question in the chat, Glenn. Who focuses on the environmental impact assessment processes in your company? And do junior geologists have any role in this process? Environmental issues, basically.
I like all environmental issues to fall under the geologist. I like them to take ownership. They must understand. They should have a key passion for the environment, and they should understand the legislation thereof and direct the environmental activities of the company, compliance or otherwise.
Thank you, Tanya, and good morning to everyone. And apologies for missing the earlier presentations, but there was an emergency meeting I had to attend. Fortunately, I finished at 9:30 because I would have been in trouble with Tanya, who gave me warning on this presentation 6 months ago. But yes, I mean, it's one of the things in consulting. Some of these are unplanned, and there was a very big meeting we had to attend and present to. So thanks again for listening in to everyone. And there's some familiar people on the participants here who I've worked with. I mean, I've worked with people from all facets, whether be it academia, which Sherrod is talking about. I've got a lot of colleagues who work for the CGS that David, Dr. Koza works for. There's service providers and suppliers who you get to interact with, major companies like Pete was talking about, junior exploration companies. So you end up knowing a lot of people, and a lot of people end up knowing you as well. So that's one of the positives. So there's a lot of familiar faces on the participants. So thanks for joining again. So I work at Deloitte, as everyone knows, a division called Technical Mining Advisory. Some of you might previously know it as Venman. It started out as Venman, then Deloitte took it over in 2013, and now it's Deloitte Technical Mining Advisory. So what I'll be talking about essentially is just a brief into what consulting is. I think everyone's aware, but just to highlight again, and essentially what we do, and doing so, what the skills are required for consulting. And I'll just show a few pictures in terms of the extreme working environments that you can find yourself in during consulting. And then I'll just give you a snapshot, a day in the life of a consultant. And then also, because, you know, we in this future of work, one thing I've added since last year is, you know, skills for the future. What are those? Just to shed some insight in that based on things I've been seeing in the industry and have been reading. So you've seen the disclaimer there. Those are my views. I had to get approval since I work for an audit company to present as well. So that's the other fun part as well. So, I mean, what is consulting? The words that should resonate with everyone. You're a specialist. You know, the first consulting I had thought of when I was growing up was like doctors, because they'll charge like a consultation fee. But essentially, you know, holistically, it's a specialist in a particular subject matter. and you are meant to be giving advice and information to businesses, governments, organizations, everyone else. So those are the official definitions there. Your primary role is assisting the organization. You may act as an educator, a catalyst for deeper change and transformation. You are a resource in many cases. Sometimes you facilitate. So I won't mention the Urban Dictionary definition. You can read that at your leisure, but that's essentially what a consultant is. My background, I mean, before I joined Deloitte, one of my ex-colleagues on the call, and I think a few as well, clients, I started at the MSA Group before I joined Deloitte, where I worked with Dr. Frida Reichardt, who's on this call. But when I joined Deloitte, essentially, they specialize largely in valuations, due diligence reviews, competent persons reports. I'm sure you've seen various forms of the mine value chain from the various speakers, but it's just to emphasize with the green highlights what we do along that value chain. There's a whole myriad of services. There's much more. This is not the exhaustive list, but it's just to give you a flavor of what you do from early exploration right up until mine production, right down to closure along the mine value chain. So there's a whole lot of things. Whether you're doing market strategies, you get involved in directing the exploration itself, you get involved in the technical studies, the reporting, mine planning. So there's a myriad, metal accounting, down to closure. On the right is our pinwheel of services that we do. I get involved in probably half of those. My expertise is obviously exploration and resources strategy. But yes, I get involved in technical assurance and reporting. So these are the service offerings that Deloitte Technical Mining Advisory have. Okay, just a bit of brief on some of our specialist areas, from technical studies. Obviously, we don't have large teams doing studies, but we do direct for our clients and manage and give technical advice on technical studies. And then we do valuations as well, something a DTMA or Venman is known for. So we actually value mineral projects, do financial modeling. Then there's optimization of the resource, the mining. Metal accounting is something we do. We've got a lot of chemical engineers in our team. I'll tell you a bit about the mix of our team and the skills, multidisciplines that are part of it. Then we do things like sustainability. There's actually a much bigger sustainability department under risk advisory, but within our DTMA team, we've got environmental specialists who get involved in that. Okay, so there's also Deloitte has a big consulting division, largely composed of management consultants. Management consulting is essentially where you're helping organizations solve issues, creating growth for them, creating value, and improving their business performance. So that's the large part of Deloitte Consulting. We are a small unit of technical consultants within the bigger Deloitte Consulting. So there's a whole lot of management consultants working there with various skills and qualifications. A large part of them is engineers, there's chartered accountants. And essentially that's using your skills to provide advice and expertise, objective that is, and helping organizations, develop any skills that it lacks internally as well. So why are we as geologists well equipped for consulting? Because we've got the critical reasoning and we've got the hypothesis-based approach to solving problems. We all understand the scientific method, so we are well placed to get involved in this as well. And there's some fun projects which I'll show you later on in the presentation of things you can get involved in within management consulting. As I mentioned, you work within a multidisciplinary team. We've got chemical engineers, we've got mining engineers, we've got accountants, CAs, we've got metallurgists, process engineers. So that's the multidisciplinary team that gets involved in various projects, whether you're doing a due diligence exercise or either evaluation or a review of a project or even an audit. as I'll show later on. Obviously, geologists are the best within that bunch. And then, so there's a diversity of skills within the teams. And then I mentioned on the right that would belong under consulting. There's a whole lot of things that we're looking at. So from strategic, we get involved in strategy design, corporate structure. We get involved in operational transformation for mining clients. We assist as subject matter experts, SMEs, in many of these organizational transformation projects that we get involved in for mining clients and projects. M&A, that's mergers and acquisitions. So we do that from a finance perspective, a strategy perspective, a tech perspective. So there's various disciplines and aspects that you can get involved in, and various roles as well. So they vary across the business. And you can define your own niche within that. Okay. And I mean, I mentioned the hypothesis-based consulting, just to elaborate a bit more on the skills, having that ability for problem solving and critical thinking. Financial analysis is a very critical aspect. So you use it in many. I mentioned earlier, we're just in a meeting with the CFO. So you have to be able to, talk financial aspects. It's part of the reason I moved to Deloitte, because there's a strong focus in that, and especially at the Deloitte Technical Mining Advisory. Your slide craft and storyboarding, telling the story messaging is a very important aspect. I've certainly improved my slide craft. They used to laugh at me. I used to think I made reasonably good slides, but yeah, management consultants are very good with making slides, to be honest. And presenting effectively, that's one of the things. You need to be adding value. You're the specialist, so you need to deliver the messaging and get it across. And researching forms a very important part of our work. As much as you're a specialist and a consultant, you won't know everything, so you need to research quite a lot to get as much data to inform the decisions for your clients. Excel fundamentals, and even beyond, being able to do macros and things like that, that assists financial modeling as well, just understanding the fundamentals. And also just knowing, the market sizing, competitor, industry analysis. You need to know specifically within the minerals industry. You need to have optics into that and know what is happening. So this is just a post I've taken from the website. I mean, Deloitte have a lot of these. This is specifically for the management consulting side. On the technical consulting side at DTMA, we normally headhunt people, but sometimes we also look internally, especially for more the junior positions. Actually, one of the attendees at last year's GeoSkills, he ended up getting in at Deloitte and as a management consultant, with the hope of actually also working for Deloitte Technical Mining Advisory. But it just goes to show that it is possible. Yes, there are a lot of people who are out there who've got the skills and specifically also management consulting skills, and some even supplement that with things like MBAs, but it just goes to show, it is possible from like technical consultants, or if you don't have management consulting background, it's not as easy, but it is possible. So one of the things they emphasize is things like, what impact are you making, not just within your community of practice, but also outside, what initiatives are you getting involved in? They are placing more emphasis on some of those skills that I've highlighted there, your influence, your performance drive, and critical presence. They want to see more of that rather than your qualifications. You can see qualifications and experience right at the bottom. Yes, it is critical and as a base, but they want to look more at the value you'll be adding. And I'll go later on in the presentation at the end about just some of the skills for the future and how those have changed from previous times. So there again, this is another one for like a graduate, but yeah, I mean, you can have a look and see if there are any that you would go for. But yes, right at the bottom, I emphasized community impact maker. Those, they look at things like that as well. Okay, so that's what essentially we're looking for. And so therefore the traits of great consultants. And I mean, there's a lot of other experienced people on the call as well, including Tanya as well. I mentioned Frida, who know about some of these traits, and they might have other ones. But one of the critical ones is, valuing the debate and inviting all people to contribute. You want to hear all views. You need to also be able to challenge people on their assumptions. There's many times you do an audit and you have to challenge the management at a mine, for example. So you get to value the debate to try and unpack more information. You need to be a great listener and empathize with your clients, critical thinkers, and being skeptical of the obvious. People can tell you certain things, or things can be written in a certain way. You shouldn't necessarily just believe that. So these are, traits which, we specifically from the Deloitte perspective, look for. I mentioned the storytelling. You need to have a compelling story that your client can buy into. You got to embrace ambiguity. Things will never be exact. We know even geology is not an exact science, so we need to embrace that. And consistency in delivery, that is key. Consulting, as everyone knows, high performance environment is very competitive as well. So you need to make sure you deliver. Okay, sorry, I'm no longer co-host. Thank you. Who did that now? And then you gotta take ownership of your client's problems. Don't look at it as like, it's just another client just to generate income and fees. But you gotta own their problems. You put yourself in their shoes and really unpack and see where the problems are, so you can hopefully add value or solve their problems. And then again, the reasoning is critical, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, and yeah, just general for consulting geologists, some criteria. It's a very high performance environment, as I've mentioned. I'll take you into like a typical day, but a lot of you people know that already. So you need lots of caffeine. Sorry. There we go. You need to have the flexibility and mental agility. Things always come as a flood. For example, we've just closed our financial year end last week. So it was just complete madness, and there were a whole lot of projects at various different stages that we are handling. So you need that energy and agility and being able to be dynamic and and stay up and burn the midnight oil in many cases. Got to have strong communication skills. There's always deadlines, and you're always chasing your tail, working around deadlines. You got to be independent as well, being able to face the client. That's how you can solve problems and identify problems, but also add value to the clients and, sell yourself. Passion, self-motivation, multilingual. It helps if you know a few languages. We get involved in various different projects all over the world. So that goes a long way. I've had the opportunity of working, for example, in the Middle East. And I've learned a bit of Arabic just to be able to get by and to get people to listen to you and pay attention, and to be able for you to extract what you require in order for the work to continue. You need a sense of humor. Cultural sensitivity is critical. Cultural intelligence, as one previous speaker, James Campbell, which a lot of you know here, emphasizes going to all these places. Technology is critical, and more so for today and the geologist of the future. And then, being physically able. A large part of us as geologists, our work involves going out there, going mapping, fielding. So you need to be able to be physically fit as well. And that helps, especially if you mapping some steep mountains and walking kilometers on end. So that really helps. And being able just to cope, mentally. Sometimes you're isolated in field projects, so that assists as well. Obviously, a postgraduate degree in geology or other related, people are adding things like programming, for example, these days. An MBA, is also advantageous, or some other management or similar qualification. It also helps if you are able to do that. A passport, of course, goes without saying. And then professional registration, Tanya did speak about that. I think it was on day 2. So that is quite critical. So whether it's your statutory body like SACNASP or your voluntary association like ours, the GSSA, and report writing skills. I think Rodney presented on that on one of the days. So those are very critical. And there's things like wilderness first aid training, CPR, those are very important, especially when you're going out to the field. So speaking of the field, the projects really range, from my perspective, from very early greenfields exploration, where it takes you days to access the site. You have to live in tents, for example. And then sometimes you get more involved in very advanced projects where there's an existing operation. For example, you drilling on a refinery, which is one of the cool projects that we got involved in. So on our perspective, we're largely office-based, but the more management consultants, they'll spend time at clients because they're solving problems there. We do a whole lot of site visits as well. So it could be a client's office, it could be the Deloitte's office, for example, which is on the right. The top one is where the old office was in Woodmead with all the wildlife and the lakes. So I used to enjoy going to GIS department, which was a building opposite. GIS, not for Geographic Information Systems. It's our way of saying IT, Global Information Systems. So I used to quite enjoy that, but that's our new one at Waterfall. Allendale, as I'm sure people have seen. But yes, so and lately, obviously, due to COVID, we've gotten accustomed to working from home as well. So we've got a hybrid model where, a few of the days we're in the office and then a few others working from home. And then obviously in between there's site visits. And then you work in either big teams or you can be isolated all by yourself, and travel is key. Those are just some of the countries in green that I've been to. And then the ones in turquoise are the projects from those countries that I've been involved in. Okay, and some of our recent geology graduates, so I had one who's a management consultant, just give me their input as well. So, you do from the pure geology, which we know about, and we've been learning about some of these skills during this geo skill. So from logging, sampling, to data management. And then there's also then the geology synergetic, where you're looking now at some of these management consulting projects. So you're doing market studies for like some of the metals of the future, green metals. You're looking at inorganic growth strategies for companies. And things like, there's buzzwords, value beyond compliance, which looks obviously at not just the economic, but also the social impact and making sure all the stakeholders derive value. So those are just some of the cool projects you can really get involved in. And I've mentioned, the various countries and extremes that you can go to. Sometimes 5-star accommodation, sometimes 1-star. So yeah, these are just some a collage of areas that I've been to. So like from Namibia, and while you're there, you get to have some, well, not really R&R, but you get to go sightseeing while on the go, and you see various fun things. I went to the Travertines in Turkey while we were on a site visit there, looking at some chrome prospects, for example. I've been to Guinea once, DRC, and in many of these countries, and everyone knows West Africa and Central Africa, you have to sort of build your own roads, and some of these places are really greenfields. So some really good and fun places to work with. Safety is key, so you got to make sure there's some medical facilities. Sometimes that top left that was in a specific camp, obviously it doesn't fulfill the requirements for a properly geared medical facility, but that is what you have on site. Artisanal miners, you see them all over, and especially in these gold-rich countries where there's gold almost from surface, or even like copper that was from the DRC. In many cases, you have to be accompanied by an armed guard So that is essentially your PPE. I've been to Afghanistan, believe it or not, and I did all sorts of training around how, in case there's a blast or in case of kidnapping. But the most fun thing that happened to me was there was an earthquake, which I think a lot of people must have heard about in 2016. It was 7.7, I think, on the Richter scale from the Hindu Kush mountain ranges. So what more can a geologist ask for? So that was the most fun I had there. I was only fortunately there for 3 weeks, but training geologists and mining engineers. But yeah, so various, and again, fun, the activities that you get involved in, from pitting for alluvial diamonds to drilling. There's fly camps in rainy season, so it's good fun. If you like the backpacker type lifestyle, you will really enjoy here. Okay, food, from roadkill to crepe in DRC, the French crepe that is. Fish from the local rivers as well. So yeah, various types of food. Okay, you could also be in a 5-star hotel, and in some cases, depending on what the client provides. And yes, I mean, one of the things that this does teach you, and I've alluded it much earlier, is the cultural intelligence, and you get to learn people's culture and respect their cultures as well. And you learn a few things. So I did mention that I'll take you into just my timeline. So I did a pre-COVID one. It doesn't vary a lot. The things that do vary, you'll see, is the cups of coffee at the bottom and the amounts of breaks that you have while working from home. But let's start with the pre-COVID one, or post. Well, we never know what post will look like. And I think that'll be more of a hybrid thing. But yeah, I mean, there's various things you get involved in, from valuations, due diligence, competent persons report. On the one hand, you are doing proposals, business development, and then there's training and e-learnings that you do. It's just to give a flavor of, what a day looks like. Look, they are not always the same. Sometimes you could just be focusing on one thing, but in more often than not, there's a lot of moving parts and projects that are concurrently running. So it's quite fun. So it was a bit more structured back then, because at least I knew when I'm going home, then I could switch off, but then I could do some other stuff like GSSA duties thereabouts. But let's move on now. The working from home, and largely now during these times, COVID times, and as you can see, copious amounts of coffee, toilet breaks, and eating in between there. But your day just seems to get longer and longer because now of all these video conferences and video meetings, whether it's WebEx, or you are Zooming, you are Teaming, you are Skyping, you normally just chasing your tail and catching up much later on for deadlines, as I've mentioned. So that's essentially what a typical day is. But what I'd like to just emphasize here, there's a lot of things that you get involved in, and a lot of projects, and very short projects. So the difference, for example, with technical projects is some are short, like a review of a mineral resource could be a couple of weeks, a CPR, a month or so, valuations. So they're normally quite short and at various stages. So some you are initiating, some you are delivering on, and some you are closing. And then whereas the management consulting jobs tend to be a bit longer, the ones that we get involved in, sometimes those are much longer and more dedicated in terms of your time. Those require more of your time than these other smaller projects. So, it also varies the quantum of work. So, and just some of the lessons, that I've learned from consulting, and some of the participants today might have other views, but certainly they would have come across some of these. So these are just from my perspective. You are the expert, so you have to talk like you're the expert. Do the researching is very critical because they trust your expert advice. And, communication is key. Keeping your client appraised, holding their hand through the journey, that is very critical. You're telling them what they need and what will add value. In many cases, clients sort of know what they are looking for, or what they want. It's just sometimes they might not have the capacity. So you need to actually add a bit more value and extra, justify for why the client would come to you. You need to sometimes bend over backwards for the client in many cases, and be realistic, and in terms of managing expectations with the client. You've got to be realistic in what the plan is and what you will achieve. So don't overpromise and then under-deliver. It's a very good quote that's resonated throughout. Sorry, I've forgotten. I can't acknowledge who told me that, but it's a quote that's resonated. So sometimes you have to tell clients the bad news. So sometimes you have to tell the client just based on your initial assessment, for example, on a project that it's not worth them spending their money, or that even means spending their money on you to assess it, because already based on your experience, you can see that this is probably not gonna fly. So you're saving the money, but you're buying goodwill in the long term and the loyalty and trust. And then budget, scope, and time. Project management skills are vital, and more so if you're managing projects. Sometimes you are working on a project. I was working on a project in 2012 when the junior exploration market was booming for one client who was in Australia and then the other one in Canada. So I was just working around the clock. When this one's sleeping, this one's waking up, and that was just mental. But so managing your time is quite critical. You need to understand what's the latest thinking and views. So you need to know what's happening again in the market and industry, and research, stay woke. That's more on like just social consciousness, but I've just used it there because it's a term that resonates a lot with millennials especially, but it's all about researching, knowing what is happening out there. Continuing professional development, which is what you're actually doing by being on this course. And there's the whole quest for continuous lifelong learning. Learning doesn't stop. And even so, this future of work is showing us that, we need to adapt and continue learning. It will never stop. The other thing, ask questions. Yes, you're the expert, but you need to ask the questions. And what's very important is maintaining relationships. There's a lot of consultants out there. It's very competitive. So maintaining relationships is key with your client and being their trusted advisor. That way you'll make sure there's always repeat work, and then you grow, outside as well. And then because the industry also has its ups and downs, when it was booming, for example, in 2012, that's why I was doing quite a lot of work for junior mining companies. Glenn was talking about them a bit earlier. But there's ups and downs, and your work will also be linked to that. So you need to, try and plan ahead for that. We know 2020, the markets were already going down, and then they were further compounded by the pandemic. So, that's hurt quite a lot of consultants. Some rely on traveling, for example, to do their work, and they're largely based outside of South Africa. So, it's affected quite a lot. So, there's, have relationships. Sometimes it's beyond your control, some of these factors. But these are just some of the lessons that I have learned. Okay. All right. Sorry, I just need to check my time here. Can't see it on the screen. Okay, 30 minutes, not bad. Okay, so I'm gonna go into just some of the more techie aspects and, just around future of work. I'm by no means an expert in this. There's been other speakers who've spoken about things like machine learning and AI, Glenn, a former colleague of mine actually, and various others. So I'm not gonna claim that I know, but, I keep track of these and the trends. Speaking of which, Deloitte has what's called Tracking the Trends. It's available for download. It's now in its 13th edition, and it just talks about the top 10 trends affecting the future of mining. So, and these obviously change. I'll emphasize it shortly on the next slide. But essentially, you need to ask yourself whether are you an early adopter of technology, or are you a late adopter, right? So it's just things you need to just think about, and you'd want to be obviously an early adopter. Technology is changing rapidly. We know that it's difficult to keep up as it is, but you need to try and stay ahead of the curve here. So I'll just emphasize on the top 10 trends affecting the mining industry as per Tracking the Trends 2021. These are normally available like from February. So a lot of them, especially this year, are centered around ESG. You can see 3, 4, and 5, but there's some as well around mergers and acquisitions. The world is changing, you know, and during the pandemic, there was a bit of activity in mergers and acquisitions, for example. But how do you now change your approach with that in this altered world? There's things around building resilience for leaders in this volatility. And there's aspects around supply chain, you know, the path towards integrated operations. I'll show you a bit about like Deloitte Intelligent Mining Initiative that we've had the opportunity to get involved in as well. Tanya, I'm not gonna go over because we've made up a bit of time. I'd rather than keep that time for the panel discussion, but yeah, I think I'm still doing okay for time.
You still got lots of time, Sifiso. You can go all the way till 11 o'clock if you like.
No, I think I'll save it for the panel discussion. But yes, thanks, Tanya. Much appreciated. Okay, and then so advancing the future of work, which is obviously a very big topic, and there's various people who've written around this worldwide and globally. Zero harm, you know, there are still the safety aspects, which are very critical and important. And then meeting demand for green and critical minerals, you know, the new age geologist, and I call them the green geology or the green battery geologist. Sorry, it's a term I've just created, but you need to understand about these green and critical minerals as well, you know, and battery minerals, because that's where the future is and where things are heading. So as I mentioned, this is available for download and you can read it at your leisure from the Deloitte website. Okay, some of the cool things that we get involved in, especially around the operational transformation aspect, which a lot of the management consultants do within our consulting division, is obviously digitizing and digitalization of operations, for example, or of processes. So we get involved in those sort of projects. So these are centered around the pillars of how are decisions being made, you know, so making sure you're making informed decisions accurately and completely with the proper information, and what skills are required for that, you know. So the way we are working has changed quite a lot. Nowadays, you're getting a lot more data scientists who will be mining all this big data that is being created, for example, geologists with programming skills. There's various skills. There's those who are looking at robotics and automation, for example. How are you managing your resources specifically? Specifically in this case, we're dealing with mineral resources. So looking at things like energy, labor, equipment, you know, costs. So you bring in all those pillars and those aspects into the play here. And more importantly, how, you know, value is shared. I did mention shared value earlier on, but there's various things from the human capacity side of things. What skills are required for that? There's the enterprise and ESD, enterprise and supplier development, for example. What digital infrastructure do you have to share this value? So I won't go dwell into too much into this, but you can read up about Intelligent Mining 2.0. It's a very big like showcase, and we've implemented it at various mining companies largely. And what it typically centers around is what's called the nerve center. That's the mind, the brain. That's what's controlling everything for these various outputs. And essentially, it's a enterprise resource planning in one hand. On the one hand, it's managing your operations and the processes thereof. So looking at mining and processing optimizations. So it feeds in a whole lot of data sources. I'm not the expert in this. The expert presented at the GSSA's Technology Day last year, my colleague. who is running this, but we also get to give insights based on our knowledge and our subject matter expertise into some of the inputs. Obviously there's a whole lot of data around drilling, mining that goes into the system to be able to spit out useful decision-making outputs. So financial models, even, costs, spend, that gives CEOs or the decision makers the power to see what is happening within their operation. So I won't dwell into this too much. I'm not the expert in here, but it's just to give you a flavor on some of the things that the cool things that we get involved in and have been implemented. So yeah, I mean, the outcomes I've mentioned, there's also the safety aspects. There's using IoT and various scanners and things for safety management, for example, in underground mines. So it encapsulates all of that to increase productivity. So what is actually the value add? It's no use collecting all this data and having this nice system and reporting, but what is actually what are you doing about it? So it's to essentially increase productivity and to obviously manage your risk. We know minerals industry is a very risky business. And also enhance the employee experience, reducing costs and improving sustainability. Okay. So I'm sure a lot of you and millennials are seeing phones there on the left, an iPhone from the back or from the front, or whether it's an Android phone. But in actuality, this slide I stole from one of the GSSA lockdown lunchtime lectures that was presented by Stephen Krivek at Rhodes. I got his permission, obviously, but he's always got some cool slides which I can use to illustrate. But the point of this is, it's all good having the technology. Yes, technology is changing rapidly and very quickly, and we can use it for various things in our work. But the science is still important. You still need to be able to identify, for example, the plagioclase, phenocryst, for example. You need to understand this, because that will be the data that you put in all these systems, whether it's for, just analyzing petrography or prospectivity. These are very important to know. So that's why I illustrated that. It was to fool people, but also just to illustrate, yes, we need to see beyond the technology, right? And you still need the geologists. That's why your skills are going to be very critical going forward. So those are not smartphones. And this I had even last year's talk. The first thing as geologists, when we had Corona, we should think about the Corona textures that we've learned about, and not necessarily COVID. But that was just to illustrate the point that, yes, there's all this technology, there's all this digital disruption, but the science is critical. Okay. So the last aspect I just want to go to, and this is just based on a paper written by a colleague of mine in the US, Colleen, I think her name is, around skills of the future. Now there's a lot of things written around this, and this specifically is 5 skills of the future. And look, it's by no means the Bible, but yes, it's talking around, if you're a millennial, you're probably one of the workers making up 1/3 of the workforce. That's changing the face of the traditional workplace. You are shaking up the workforce, whereas the focus is more employee-centric. It's more about now the employee experience. It's more around driving self-development. I think you can Google this and search this and read it at your own leisure. But it's talking around positioning yourself in this very tech-driven and shifting world that we live in, the 4IR as it's called. We've seen how we can work borderlessly now. During COVID, that has emphasized that even more. And the need not to necessarily travel unless you're having to go on a site visit to go verify something. Yes, of course, you still need those human interactions. But in the current moment, it showed that, we can be innovative in finding ways of working. So what are future-oriented organizations, or what should they be placing focus on? It's more the human value-added work, that needs to expand and advance people's mission, in this constantly changing world. So there's the human aspect, which is one of the 5 points, the last of the 5 points around the 5 skills of the future. So developing soft skills. I'm sure a lot of you listened to Bryony's presentation on one of the earlier days of this foundation skills. So those are critical going forward, but also resilience, as we've shown, you need to challenge your own thinking. So that's just an introduction, and I'll elaborate on a few of these aspects. So those are the 5 skills of the future. Okay, so essentially develop your soft skills. Brian would have told you a lot about that as well. So you need those to operate in this kind of disruptive environment. These are the skills, as I've mentioned 2 slides ago. You can't displace by technology yet. You still need the geologists. You still need that analysis as in this fast changing world. So you need that flexibility. You need that human creativity and the collaboration. So those are critical aspects. The second one is, forget the IQ. What you should measure success in is your failures and your growth. And again, I've mentioned one word which should resonate quite a lot is, grit, which is defined as perseverance and passion for long-term goals and having character, building character. Okay, and then the third one is radical accountability over your career and relevance in the workforce. I've mentioned continuing professional development, but the responsibility and the onus is also on you. It's not just, from your organization side. So it's taking that responsibility, and you've got your own vision and where you are trying to go to. So you need to own that process. You need to challenge your own thinking and assumptions and beliefs. What we've seen with the rise of social media, people indulge in what's called confirmation bias. So just because someone is saying a view that I agree with or that is similar to mine, I will definitely align myself or agree with that view. So you need to just challenge your own thinking and assumptions and your beliefs. Get to know all sides of the spectrum, So don't just necessarily look out for confirmation or information that confirms your thinking. So you need to, look out for multiple perspectives, look out for the various angles, and maintain an open mind. Okay. The last one I touched on a bit earlier is being a, good human. The workforce has been changing quite a lot. It's more diverse than ever before in terms of gender, ethnicity, culture, religion, sexual preference, and identification. That changes almost daily. So, and there's other characteristics which we haven't seen yet. So you need to have that cultural intelligence. Sorry, I was just checking the chat in case it was a warning, but Tanya would have said in terms of time. So you need to diversify your network. That's how you're gonna grow, especially as a consultant. You need to have that network that I was mentioning. So those are the 5 skills. Sorry. Okay, and that wraps up my presentation. I think I did exactly 45 minutes, Tanya, 46 to be 44, sorry. Any questions? I saw one that comes up on the chat.
Thank you very much, Sifiso. Okay, there are a couple of questions on the on the chat. The first one I've got here is from Michael Ray. Do you think that geoscience programming is in the early adoption phase or the late adoption phase? And secondly, where do you see this niche becoming a bigger deal within the industry?
So look, I think, there's people I mentioned earlier, the likes of Glenn Weiler, who was, talking around machine learning and AI in geoscience, and I know he's done quite a lot of work. So I'm by no means an expert in this field, as I mentioned, but I think generally geoscience have been a bit of the late adopters, to be quite honest. We've had the capacity and the thinking. It's just I think we went too forward looking at the time and just seeing how quickly things involve and technology and how it also evolves. Look, there's been various companies who've been attempting to stay ahead of the curve, but in terms of applying it in geoscience, we've been some late adopters. That's my perspective. Others might have a different one. I'm not sure if Glenn is on. He might, or anyone else who wants to share some optics into that. Sorry, what was the second question again? Okay, secondly, where do you see it becoming bigger? Where? From my perspective, in things like prospectivity, that's where I see this getting big. There's obviously, that's within geoscience, but there's obviously applications in things like, and bringing in things like geometallurgy. So that's where I'm thinking that's where the niche is gonna be. So, and a lot of people will be heading towards that direction. That's why it's good getting programming skills. I think we've got a programming 101 course planned for later in the year. But yes, that's where I see it going. So in terms of prospectivity, things like geometallurgy as well. So I hope I've answered your question, Michael.
Do we have any other questions coming up? Just put your hand up or unmute yourself and ask your question. Okay, Svisa, I got one for you.
Yes,
we spoke earlier with Pete about the existence of large companies. And with respect to consulting companies, do you see consultants taking over more of a role in both large and junior companies, as opposed to these other mining companies, large and small, employing their own purpose-built employees?
That's a very good question. Look, I don't think so. That's just my feel, Tanya. I think they'll still sort of do outsourcing as required. Obviously, the big companies go through, scaling issues, so they upscale and downscale, and especially when then they downscale. Look, they'll still want to have the expertise, because firstly, someone has to also validate and review what the consultant is saying. Yes, the consultant is the expert, so they will keep some of their internal capacity. So yeah, I mean, I don't think they're gonna replace in some of these big companies the internal capacity and the human capital that is already invested and has so much IP that they've built up for the company. Yes, you can argue and say the consultants also, especially if you're holding a client's hands for years and years, you start getting that IP, right? So my feel is not, but I'm not sure what Pete's feeling is around that. Sorry, I missed, like I said, I missed the earlier presentations. What's your thinking, Tanya? You're a consultant yourself.
As Pete also mentioned earlier, probably not likely to replace too many people. There will be, and we have seen it over the years, an increase in the number, number of people employed by consulting companies. Not too sure where that is going to go, but I don't see us replacing them or them replacing us anytime soon.
Yeah, I think the sort of, sorry for lack of a better term, mass balance. Yeah, I don't think it'll change too much, but who knows? In this disruptive thing, it's something I haven't given much thought. But yeah, my feel is probably not in the foreseeable future.
Carrie has a question. What is Deloitte's strategic directive for South Africa with regard to balancing the implementation of technology and automation with the country's imperative for job creation?
So I mean, our view, and I think I highlighted it in a few of the slides. Yes, and there's a whole lot of technology and automation and robotics, but you still need the people to run that. So we're not necessarily trying to replace our skills. So I'll talk from the internal perspective first, Kerry. To replace our internal capacity, because we still need the people and the human skills to be advising clients and to interact. Yes, those are tools that we can use and leverage to add a bit more value, right? So yes, it's we are trying to balance that, keeping ahead of all this technology, making sure we are ahead of the curve, but you still need the drivers, and the important aspect here is the human aspect, right? So yes, we are getting more efficient in doing various processes. So I mentioned, like, for example, that Deloitte intelligent mining. So it's not necessarily, so now I'm gonna go into the client perspective for our clients. It's not gonna replace a whole lot of people, because in South Africa, more critically, you need to balance this whole job creation, right? And you know, it's a very sensitive issue. So we're not necessarily saying, okay, you need to replace your labor. Yes, you might get a bit more efficient in various processes, which required 5 people. Now you have 3 people doing that, right? But for example, the Deloitte Intelligent Mining is just looking at efficiencies, integrating all these processes, which can help better decision making and making money for the clients without necessarily changing the labor within there. But yes, I mean, there are the negatives with all the technology and automation. There will be some human labor which will be obviously sacrificed within this whole process, but from our view, certainly it's not a great deal, right? Because you're right, job creation in South Africa is very important. It's a very sensitive issue. So that's just Deloitte's, perspective. It's not necessarily meant to replace humans, but it's more to be more efficient and deliver better and add value, right? But that might differ, obviously, for example, for an underground mining company where you've got mechanization, where you know that 3 people might be sacrificed, right? So yeah, it's a very touchy and sensitive topic, this one. But yes, there's that balance you have to try and maintain, right?
Thanks, Afiso. In answer to your question, Shaylin, when the programming course is being held, we'll let you know just as soon as we know. Itumeleng, you have a question?
Yes, just a comment on Kerry's question there. I think a good example to look at would be Exaro with the Digital Exaro initiative. I think if some of the members can look at how Exaro started digitizing their operations. I saw a presentation by one of the business improvement guys, Mr. I think it's Pleasure Mnisi. But what they did was looking at reskilling, and then with the focus of increasing productivity and using technology. I think there's a good example to look at in terms of how that can be implemented in a South African context and looking at the labor requirements of that. That was just my comment.
No, it's a very important aspect. You're quite right. So building that capacity to be able to work in this disruptive environment, right? So you need those sort of skills. I mentioned a bit earlier on, for example, on the geology perspective and things like programming, coding, and things like data science. But you're quite right. You need to upskill. It's no use having all this fancy technology and minds of the future and things, but people now can't adapt to that technology. So, and by adding, you're right, building that capacity and giving people additional skills, you are building them up. So that's an important aspect. And I know you're right, there's Exaro, there's, Sibanye have similar things as well and initiatives that they are running. I think even Vedanta So those are the companies that I know of. There's a few more, obviously, that I haven't mentioned, but you're quite right. An important aspect is the capacity building, and more importantly, the human capacity, right?
Sunday, you've got a question?
Yeah, thank you. It's not a question really, it's a comment. Thanks for the presentation, Sifiso. And it's highlighting, it's more enlightening, especially now that we are at the time when change is inevitable. The need for agility and to stay ahead of things is very important in order to survive in this time of change. I think the presentation was very enlightening, and especially for one who is looking at going into that space. So it was very good. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mavasa, thank you, sir. And yes, you're right. You made that transition, you know, from the DMRE to your own consulting, and I hope I've added value. I just want to add to I see the question on the chat from Paul Ruli. So sorry, what I didn't, we don't not focusing only on, so I'm talking about the management, the greater management consulting group within the mining industry. No. There's all sorts of various industries that we get involved in. So it's not limited. I was just telling you from our Deloitte technical mining advisory perspective, but the greater management consulting from public sector to everything. All right, but just to go back to your additional question, I was quite fortunate to work last year on an infrastructure and capital project, which is one of the things we do. And we're collaborating with various other divisions. So like we had the financial advisory guys, we had guys from corporate finance, we had some guys who are specifically looking, for example, at capital projects. But what we don't have, I mean, we don't do like things like analysis. If we do, or our clients request that, we will advise them on service providers or where to do that, or even get quoting for them. But no, we don't necessarily do those specialist testing and analyses. So we don't have laboratories. The only labs we have are things called ambition labs. That's where we have showcases like intelligent mining, or even things from the customer and marketing. Since answering your first questions, we service a lot of industries, not just mining. No, it's just we largely come in as subject matter experts for the mining industry. But yes, the consulting covers anything. So banking, finance, TV stations, for example, public sector, government. I'm just reading a few more of the questions. How are we doing?
Got 5 minutes. And with respect to the question on going green and SDGs, maybe you might make a punt for our ESG Inquisition Day.
Yes. So yes, I mean, going green, that's a very hot topic. That's why that term, Hank, I mentioned earlier, you know, there's the, what I just made it up, the green battery geologist of the future. So yes, we are definitely encouraging our clients. That's, you know, the buzzword these days. So yes, and that's where the world is heading. And since our green is our main color for the company as well, so we use that quite a lot, going green. But yes, no, on a serious note, we are advising our clients and trying to be at the forefront of things like that. Yes, I mean, and this is now what will be discussed, for example, on our ESG days and our ESG Inquisition, which Tanya mentioned. Tanya will confirm when that is. I think she shared the calendar earlier as well. But in terms of costly, you know, that's where things like value beyond compliance that I mentioned come in as well. You know, there's a balance. There's the economic factors and the bare minimum of what you need to do to comply. but then you have to look at the social aspects and your other stakeholders. So it's a balance again, and you know, historically it's been perceived as a cost, but I think people are now warming up to that. So yeah, but Tanya, please confirm when that ESG inquisition is again.
It's on the 10th and 11th of June, 2 mornings, and it is also a free event, but you do need to register, please.
Good morning, everybody. So last GeoSkills session, I was educated about LinkedIn. So I was able to grab this barcode thing here. So you're most welcome to scan it, and it'll take you directly to the LinkedIn page, where we can connect and have discussions there. I just want to show you a little bit about what the Council for Geoscience is about, what the geoscientists in the Council for Geoscience do on a daily basis, and hopefully give you a flavor of some of the projects that we are doing. And every single project is obviously being implemented by geoscientists, from young graduates all the way to specialist scientists. So you've heard a lot about what geoscientists do in various organizations, but I think it's important also to just give you a flavor of what happens in a state organization like the CGS. This disclaimer here just says, you know, don't quote me. Don't go making investment decisions on the information you're about to see. So Spiso and a whole bunch of presenters have touched on what geoscientists do, but really what you guys are interested in is how much money am I going to be getting once I start working, right? So I'm just gonna give you a little bit of a snapshot of what happened to me when I started in terms of salaries, so that you can at least have a sense of what happened a few years ago, and maybe give you an indication of what happens now. So when I started, immediately after graduation at WITS, after graduating with an honors degree, I joined a company called BHP Billiton. I think it's called BHP now, so they've dropped Billiton banner. When I started straight out of university, they were paying about 12,000 rands at the time. This is for a junior geophysicist joining a big mining house. A few years later, the salary pretty much doubled, and this was really as a result of you know, the mining exploration boom. At the time, there was serious demand of geologists and physicists. So you know, there was quite a lot of incentive to be in the explorations. A question was asked earlier to say, so when you finish masters or honors, you go and work, or you continue all to doing a PhD. My decision at the time was that I needed to get experience first, and then went back into academia. And that's what happened. So I, after a couple of years with BHP, I decided to go back to do an MSc and a PhD. Obviously went back into student life. The salary that I was getting paid before was definitely not the same. So, and I was in Europe at the time. So I think at the time it was about 1,300 stipend. So this was a serious change in life, as you can imagine. I had to sell my house, I had to sell my car, and went back into academia. And it was, in my sense, it was the best move, and I would suggest it to anybody who would consider following that route. So after finishing a PhD, I came back into industry, and then I joined Anglo American. And for a few years, the salary kind of fluctuated between 40 and 45,000. This was really as a senior geophysicist working in the exploration and mining phase. Currently, I hold a position called Executive Manager Integrated Geoscience Development at CGS. And if you want to know how much I'm getting paid, you can, we are government employees, so our salaries are publicized, and the latest one should be on the annual report. But as a scientist in the Council for Geoscience, when you come in as a junior scientist, you're looking at around 540, 550 minimum or maximum as a junior scientist. This is really fresh out of university, coming in with an honors degree or a master's degree in some cases. And you go up, in levels all the way up to something called a specialist scientist. These are people who are really world-class scientists who are leading some of the programs that we do. So that's just really to give you a flavor of the salaries that one might expect. This is obviously related to what we do, but not necessarily it doesn't necessarily apply to exploration or if you're in a private sector. So you might be getting much more in the private sector. As far as the CGS is concerned, we are a National Geoscience Agency. I think many of you should know who the CGS is. We have about 450 people in various offices around the country. And we have about 65% of us being scientists. And we're running about a budget of about just over 450 million annually. The CGS is quite old, over 100 years old. So, our forebearers have been collecting geological information for a very long time. And the CGS its history is quite interesting in a sense that it was made up of different geological surveys at the time until about the early 90s, where the CGS was established and an act was developed that really guides what the CGS is supposed to be doing. In terms of the governance structure, our CEO reports to the board, who in turn reports to the Minister of Minerals, Resources and Energy. And there is an executive team that is assisting the CEO there. Here is the current structure as we have it. So I'm currently leading this portfolio here, which has minerals and energy, infrastructure and land use, water and environment. And we have other executives in the different portfolios. So what do we do? And what do the scientists at the CGS do? We really focus on using geoscience information to address a number of issues. And these are the issues that we deem to be the drivers for economic growth. And this is increasing the mineral resources pipeline, looking at issues around energy security, water. As you know, water is quite a major thing in South Africa and globally, of course. I'll chat a little bit about marine mapping, which is, in my view, the next frontier in terms of geoscience mapping. Projects around geohazard mapping, and this really relate to community safety. We're looking at issues around sinkholes, seismicity, and all of those things. Infrastructure and land use, and of course, being a geoscience organization, a scientific organization, largely we have to be innovative. And I'll touch a little bit about that. And in terms of our jurisdiction where we work, so we obviously work in South Africa. We work in Africa as well, but the purposes of this, our main focus is in South Africa and in the onshore and the offshore. So most people tend to think that the South Africa's territory ends right at the coast, but if you draw a line pretty much from the coast, about 200 nautical miles or something like that, that area there in red, it is still also considered part of South Africa. It is called the economic zone. And currently, we are efforting to claim these areas in white as part of South Africa. South Africa has a number of islands, Prince Edward's and Marion, and we do the same thing there. So in order to claim these white bits to be part of South Africa, we have to prove geological and morphological continuity. And this requires us geoscientists to be collecting quite a number of data sets over these areas, so that when we put in the application at the United Nations, they can look at the technical input, which is largely driven by geoscientific information. So the onshore part is about 1.2 million square kilometers. If you add the thing in the areas in red, it's about another 1.57 million square kilometers. If you add the bits in white, you have 1.8 million square kilometers. So we have quite a lot of territory to cover in terms of geoscience mapping. Minerals development, we focus largely on what's called the minerals of the future. And these are critical minerals that the states, many states around the world, deem to be important for various things, whether it's energy security and things like that. Lithium, cobalt, graphite, rare earth elements, aluminium, copper, these are the elements that we are focused on in South Africa in terms of geoscientific mapping. So when we go, when our geoscientists go and do geological mapping, they do it with this specific focus to look for these kind of minerals. In terms of the people working in the Council for Geoscience, there's a number of diverse skill sets that we employ and are using to implement the geoscience mapping program. The ones I've highlighted in red, this is what, in my view, we are lacking, and not just in the CGS, but in the country in general. So issues, I think it was Swiso who was talking about, big data and data science and things like that. All of that needs computational geoscientists. So people who have studied geology, but have kind of branched on into this niche market of programming, data science, to address some of those issues I mentioned. And here, this is where we are battling. We are getting there, but I think we really need to be putting a lot of effort in training scientists to do this kind of work. Marine geoscientists, I mentioned that we have a big marine program that we need to map, and we need marine geoscientists. Paleontologists, when I was at VETS, we did a course on paleontology, and at the time I thought, geez, what are we doing here, But now I actually realize the need for it, a desperate need for it. So we still have a lot of use for paleontologists that, could help us in our geological mapping. So in order to give you a flavor of what the geoscientists do, I think maybe I should just go through a number of projects that maybe will give you a sense of, should you decide that the CGS is an organization for you, these are the kind of data sets and projects you'll be working on. So just in terms of data, I think a week or so ago, this was released. This is a portal that has some of the information. This is a start, doesn't have all the information, but it has few good, useful information that I urge you to go and download some data there that might help you in your research. We will keep on adding to this portal on a monthly basis with all manner of data and reports. But in essence, we collect a whole bunch of information: geological data, geophysical data, geochem data, technical data, all manner of data that we use in our mapping efforts. And we've decided to strategically map geologically at a scale of 1 into 50,000. So what we've done is we've taken South Africa onshore. We've divided up into these little square blocks, and each of those square blocks is around 1 in 50,000. I think it's about 27 kilometers by 24 kilometers. So, and in each of those blocks, we go and map in detail. Geologically, we collect a whole bunch of geophysics to assist in us creating these geological maps. Thus far, we've covered about 9% of South Africa. So as you can imagine, to cover the entire country, is quite a bit of an effort, but we are getting there. And how do we do it? It's really just, you know, our scientists going out into the field and looking at the rocks and dating them, analyzing them, doing thin sections on them, so that they can come up with detailed geological maps. And the nice thing about working for the CGS is that you come in and you really immediately get exposed to a whole variety of environments in which you can map, not only in South Africa, but outside South Africa as well, especially in Africa. And that really is, I think as a geologist, provides you with a good entry into a world that really can be very, very fruitful if you enjoy this type of work. And it exposes you to a variety of geological environments. And in terms of geological mapping, you know, we have a map, a regional map, 1 in million scale, but really where we're trying to get to is 1 in 50,000 scale. So obviously there's a level of increased detail that would be useful for, you know, whatever application you're looking at. And for the last couple of years, we've been collecting a lot of ground gravity data. So each dot there represents a ground gravity station where colleagues have gone on and put a gravity meter on the ground and collected some data. And that's the regional map that comes out of this data. And, you know, already it gives you a lot of information. You can already see, you know, outline of the Bushveld complex, the outline of the Kapval Craton, Tromsberg, and all of these other interesting anomalies. So it's a very good mapping tool. And again, it's our scientists going out into the field, collecting these kind of information. And a number of our scientists, you know, have actually gotten into the CGS. Somebody comes in, say, with a diploma. Once they come in, they're given a project to work on. It becomes their master's project. It becomes the honors or master's, even up to a PhD project, and they use that to advance their skills. So these are the type of things that you know, people do. You have to be very fit. Obviously, I think Spiso mentioned this as well. You know, it's a lot of work to be spending weeks at a time in the field. Collecting these kind of information. Most of the instruments we have in-house, but those that we don't have, we go and outsource. We do work in Antarctica as well. So we have a seismic station there. And I'll tell you a little bit about the CTBTO work that we're doing. So this is contributing to the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty that we have signed on to. So in essence, we are tracking if there is a country out there that is, you know, testing nuclear weapons. So we're able to detect and advise the CTBTO accordingly. So we do a lot of airborne data sets. This is an airborne magnetic data set that's been in circulation for a while. It's on our website, you can get it there. But what we really want is to collect high resolution data sets. And thus far, we've collected quite a bit of information. We know that there is more that is in companies, for example. So we'll try and augment this data set so that we can have a detailed, high resolution data set that we can use for geological and structural mapping. Currently, we have 2 aircrafts, a helicopter and a fixed wing aircraft. This, we've been using it for geochemical sampling mainly. And we will continue doing that. And this is really getting to remote areas where it is almost impossible to drive, and we use that for geochem sampling. Drones are becoming a big part of our mapping tool, mapping arsenal. So we have a couple of drones that currently we are efforting to put a LiDAR sensors on them to help us with our mapping efforts. There might be geochemists here within our midst. What we've done so far is that we've collected soil geochem data largely. And what we've done is every 1 kilometer, we will collect a soil geochem data. This, for a geological survey, is probably a little bit of an overkill, but it is good to have high resolution data anyway. In some of the cases, we even collect, you know, data at 500 meter spacing. And we take those soil samples to our lab, and we analyze them for various elements. And we create maps like these, nickel anomaly maps, copper anomaly maps, and so on. And these are useful maps if you are working in exploration, because you know, it helps in terms of de-risking and target. Companies like your Anglos who take this information on a regional scale, and then make it basically select a smaller area for exploration. I mentioned community safety. So we all know about some of these issues, sinkholes. If you live in Pretoria, Centurion, all of these other areas, those areas are affected a lot by sinkholes, and these are linked to dolomites. So our job then is to identify these kind of areas and hopefully identify them before they happen. And there's been quite a lot of effort being put internally in the CGS, using interferometry data to detect sinkholes and subsidence. And then we can advise accordingly. But these are the sort of issues that we are faced with, and some of our communities are faced with. This is a sinkhole that happened a few years ago, and apparently it cost 20 million rands to repair, which I don't think it will cost that much, but you know, there we are. But you have something like this, and it needs to be obviously taken care of. And us as geoscientists, it's our job to try and identify these kind of things before they happen. In the news, we have heard of this Kutsong area. So this area is really in a very, very bad state. We have people basically living and their houses built on sinkholes like this. So the Council for Geoscience has been doing quite a lot of work in identifying and delineating risks and advising the departments on which areas need to be relocated. So our engineering geologists do this sort of work. They go, they look at the areas, they run multiple surveys, do trenching, and the geophysics guys go and do gravity surveys to try and identify these sinkholes. So what our scientists are actually doing, and this is quite an interesting project, given that we all suffer from load shedding. We know that South Africa has a Koeberg nuclear power station. This is located in the Western Cape. Now, the license to operate this nuclear power station is to be renewed and extended. And the Council for Geoscience is required to conduct what's called a probabilistic seismic hazard assessment and a tsunami hazard assessment. So should there be a tsunami, should there be a big seismic event, how will this nuclear power station, in essence, react? You all know about the Fukushima power plant. That was a disaster because of a tsunami. So we need to do these kind of assessments to advise the state accordingly. So in this case, our geoscientists are working in Denefontein, doing a lot of geological and structural mapping. That goes into the report that needs to be put together for the NNR that will allow Eskom to still operate a Koeberg power station. So these are the diverse kind of projects that our geologists, our geoscientists in the CGS would be exposed to. We do have a drill rig. We are buying more drill rigs, and this we use for a number of reasons. Obviously, not just drilling for the sake of drilling, but geotechnical mapping, groundwater, or drilling for groundwater, and a whole bunch of other things. So this is one of our scientists, and part of their work would be, especially for geotechnical sort of studies, would be to go out and subcontract out these kind of TLBs because they need them for trenching to develop the geotechnical maps. And they would go in, sample the soils, take it to the lab, get a whole bunch of results and inform on whether those areas would be good for development, whether they're trying to build low-cost housings or malls or whatever. This would be the geoscientific input that is required. Hydrogeologist, this is one area where, particularly in the modeling side of hydrogeology, needs to be developed. And I would really encourage, particularly modelers, to step forward in a sense that it's a skill that we are currently also lacking internally. We have a whole bunch of hydrogeologists who go in, collect water samples, take them to the lab, analyze them. But what we really need are people who can put all of these information integrated with geological and structural information and geophysical information to build groundwater flow maps. And this is where the direction that we currently are going. Artificial intelligence and the usage of machine learning is quite important. So some of the scientists in the CGS have developed this AI program that is meant to really predict where potential for groundwater would be. And this takes into account a whole bunch of information: geological information, structural information, information on borehole yield and all of that, porosity, puts it together to come up with a water potential map using machine learning. And we've recently tested this in the Free State, where we've been quite successful. And we're hoping to expand it, looking at much more regional areas, looking at big basins and things like that. So this is an in-house developed software. And when I mentioned the need for computational geoscientists, this is what they would typically be working on, using these latest innovative tools to do these kind of work. Now, we have elected to focus on specific areas when it comes to geoscience mapping. And these areas are prioritized for a number of reasons. Firstly, the need to gain more geological knowledge. And then secondly, in looking at issues around energy security and especially mineral development. So we focused in the Northern Cape largely. This is where we really spend most of our time and money. And for a very good reason. A big part of the Northern Cape is undercover, and these minerals that we're looking for would be undercover. The obvious stuff has been found, where geology is exposed, which is the northern part of South Africa. We know a little bit there, but we need to focus in these areas undercover. And that's where we are currently putting a lot of efforts there. So if you've driven in the Northern Cape, these are the sort of areas you would see. Very little outcrop, but it's a challenge in terms of geological mapping, but in my view, also a big opportunity. So there's a number of geological questions then the scientists in the CGS will try to answer. Where is the edge of the Kappa Craton, for example? Where would be the most prospective areas in terms of minerals? And being a water scarce province, we obviously need to develop and implement innovative tools to look for groundwater resources in particular. So to map below the cover, then we obviously depend on geophysics. And this is where seismics and magnetotellurics become key. And this is our plan going forward. Basically, for every point that you see there, we'll have a seismic or an MT station. That will give us an indication of what goes on in the crust and the upper mantle. And we've started in the Northern Cape. As I mentioned, the Northern Cape is an area of focus, and we'll expand as and when we go. So every point there, we'll put a seismic and MT station, and leave it there to record for a few days, and then move it to a new area. Much more recent, we have also done airborne surveys. In this case, it's airborne electromagnetic surveys, and we augment that information with the geological mapping that's been done to build a geological story. So these are the kind of instruments that our scientists will play with. It is obviously not easy to leave these stations, particularly if you see if you have a solar panel, they tend to disappear very quickly. So finding an area that is safe is becoming a challenge. In terms of magnetotellurics, this is a technique that we use to see below cover. And this allows us to map basically the entire lithosphere. And we've started this. So here's a line that basically runs through the town of Pisca. And this is the purported edge of the Kapval Craton. So we wanted to see whether we can see it in the crust or even in the upper mantle. And we've been able to map it. Here's a cratonic segment that we have mapped, and this is this boundary on the surface here. So obviously we need to adjust that boundary a little bit to the east based on what we now know. I mentioned the 1 in 50,000 scale geological mapping. So we are trying to basically fill in the blocks. Ultimately, we would want to cover the entire country at that scale. And currently we're able to produce about 45 maps a year. This is with the current resources, the mapping team that we have. And we really would like to get more geologists into the CGS so that we can advance this program so that we don't actually take 10 years to do this. We can do it in half the time. So we focus, as I mentioned, in the Northern Cape, but the idea is to expand throughout the country. And this would be an example of a typical 1 in 50,000 scale map. This was done in the Putadi-Chaba area. And there is a lot of detail, the geological detail and structural detail as a result. Swell geochem, it's the same exercise. The black areas is what currently information we have, and we'd like to expand it going further east. So we all know about load shedding, right? So load shedding is a bane of our existence. I will have load shedding in a few hours. So what we are trying to do is to assist in augmenting the base load that we have, the energy base load. So typically South Africa is thought of as really, it's an old continent. And we really have not paid too much attention in terms of geothermal potential, given that we have old rocks, and the idea would be that all the heat has dissipated. But much more recently, the work that we've done has highlighted several areas of interest in terms of underground heat sources. So we have started in investigating some of these areas in the north, in Limpopo. And then we are currently, the team is actually on the ground right now looking at a site in KZN. So what we like to do is characterize these areas and at least look at low enthalpy geothermal generation. So I think this is an important program in a sense that even though we can recognize that there is potential, but if it does work, if we are able to have some sort of an open cycle turbine on surface, exploiting hot rocks underneath, that can at least provide a low enthalpy energy, I think that would make a big difference in terms of the base load. So these are the sort of products that our geologists, our geoscientists, our geophysicists would develop. So in Limpopo, we are chasing a couple of hot springs. And obviously that's where we can see on surface the presence of hot water. And we now understand why there is there in terms of the structures, in terms of the geology. So we're hoping to be drilling these kind of targets to assess the potential further. So we're implementing this program called the Carbon Capture Utilization and Storage. It's a fairly simple concept. In South Africa, we have signed up for a number of global agreements, the Paris Agreement, Kyoto Protocols, And these are agreements that are meant to reduce carbon emissions. So in South Africa, as you know, we use coal, and as a result of us using coal, we're generating a lot of these CO2s. So the idea then is to capture the CO2 before it's emitted into the atmosphere, transport it onto a suitable storage site, and then inject it deep in geological formations. So this program is quite a large program that we do. It's jointly funded by the state and also by the World Bank. And we are looking at a number of sites that we would like to test and demonstrate its feasibility. It's not a new concept. It's been used globally by a number of countries, largely for what's called enhanced oil recovery. So we've got an oil platform out in the sea. They are extracting oil, and what they also like to do is to inject the CO2 into those formations where the oil is, and use that to push more oil out. So that's what's called enhanced oil recovery. But you can also store CO2 in a number of geological settings, in saline formations, for example. You can inject it into unminable coal seams, and also to enhance coal bed methane extraction. And in our case, we would like to use, we have selected a site where we are hoping to inject CO2 into the lavas. So this is Sasol Secunda plant, one of the largest point source emitters of CO2. So we are working with them to try and capture the CO2 before it is released so that we can store it closer to Secunda underground. So here's a geological section in the area around Secunda where we would like to inject the CO2. So a typical Karoo strata, you get into the Transvaal, and then you have these Ventersdorp lavas, and then you have the vits. So what we are targeting are these porphyritic lavas that are sitting just above the vits to inject the CO2. These are at about 1.5 kilometers depth. So it's a lot of research that we need to do, and obviously that it requires a lot of geological input, a lot of geophysical input, and this is the kind of work that our scientists in the CGS would be doing. Here is a site in the US. It's called Petronova, and that's a typical site, or a typical infrastructure that we are envisaging we will develop eventually. Now, I mentioned the marine program. The marine program is, this is where we are putting a lot of our efforts, and we need marine geoscientists in this regard. So I'll just exit here a little bit and explain this thing because I know it doesn't show very well. But this is the Agulhas current. This is an ocean current, and we would like to exploit this current for generating electricity. And in order for us to be able to determine the places where we'd like to put these sources or these windmills essentially underground, under the sea, we need to map the ocean floor, particularly the continental shelf. So this is one of the fastest moving ocean currents in the world, and we'd like to exploit that for energy generation. So hopefully we'll put these kind of things in the ocean floor and use that to generate electricity. The marine environment is also full of minerals at different levels. The deep seas obviously have these sulfide nodules that people have been trying for a very long time to get access to. And we think that geoscientific information would be critical in assessing at least the potential in the deep seas. Much more closer to shore, we all know about diamonds and things like that. So that also requires the understanding of the shelf very well. How we map it, fairly simple. We have a vessel. We put some instruments on this vessel, and we practically mow the lawn, right? And the way there's a number of instruments that we use there, multi-beams and seismic and things like that. And here is what is currently available. And this was done, I suppose, largely for oil exploration. And this information sits with PASA. And they have a whole bunch of seismic sections that are used to characterize the ocean floor. But this is how we are using currently. I think earlier this year, we built our own marine boat, and this is really for nearshore mapping. So that's what it looks like. We call it the research vessel Nkosi, and this we will use to map in the nearshore, basically up to water depths of about 70, 80 meters. Here is an example of a map that was created a while back. There's Robben Island, Cape Town, and this is in essence shows you the bathymetry. It's a lot of data. There's a lot of information on this. You can actually map in some of these cases faults that extend, onshore, that they extend offshore as well. And these are the kind of instruments that we would use. There's nothing fancy about them. They've been used, since the World War II. And if you are a marine geoscientist and interested in joining the Council for Geoscience, this is the type of environment that you'd find yourself in. I get seasick, so you will never see me on these sort of boats. But I know good marine geoscientists would love this sort of environment. You'd be out there for a number of weeks at a time and collecting all kinds of data, depth samples, the ocean floor, sending it back for analysis. And recently we formed a collaboration with the South African Navy, and this is where we are hoping to use their vessels to map the ocean floor. And these are the kind of vessels that we're looking at. So we'll be able to put all manner of instruments there, magnetic sensors, multi-beam sensors, gravity sensors, electromagnetic sensors, to collect as much information as possible. Another interesting program, I mentioned Antarctica. There is a piece of the Cape Val Craton that is sitting in Antarctica, and we need to understand it, and we need to map it and understand its structure, particularly at depth. Currently, we have a number of samples that have been collected many, many years ago that we are currently putting together and analyzing and reanalyzing with latest techniques. These samples are from Antarctica. I think we have over 20,000 samples from Antarctica. And we need scientists to be looking at those samples to bring together and to piece together, tectonically what happened. So we're looking at the Grüne Craton in East Antarctica, and this is where we are hoping to deploy a number of scientists and stations to collect additional information. To get there, we need the SAS Agalas 2. This is the icebreaker that is under operation of the Department of Environmental, I think they used to be called Environmental Affairs, I can't remember the name now, but this goes to Antarctica regularly. So we're hoping, it really is a fantastic laboratory, and we're hoping to have a number of our scientists spending some time in Antarctica. And I mentioned the economic exclusion zone, this red area here. We have now, we are trying very, very hard to claim these extended economic zones. And that is a program that really, really needs geological and geoscientific input, because we basically need to go in and do a number of studies in these blocks. So when we submit our application to the UN, it will be supported by geological information. So we here testing for geological continuity, morphological continuity in the seafloor. In In terms of the assets that we have, there's a National Core Library. I urge you to visit the National Core Library. We have a fantastic facility there that we are currently trying to upgrade into a modern facility and kitting it with advanced equipment such as the hyperspectral scanner. And this is a really a great investment by the state. And I just want to go out here and show you this scanner here. So in essence, you put core trays on it. It gets held underneath these cameras, and out comes an RGB image of the core, but a whole lot of other spectral information that you can translate into mineralogical information. So it basically uses the spectral signatures of minerals to identify whatever minerals would be in the core. So I urge you to visit the National Core Library and have a look at that facility there. And out of that, you can do all kinds of minerals classification to help you to log your core. You still have to sit and log as a geologist, but this would be an excellent addition to the data. Analytical facilities, so geochemists work with these kind of instruments that you would most likely be aware of, and we're trying to now develop a geochron facility. This is a seismic network I mentioned. So we have a whole bunch of seismic stations across South Africa, tracking the location of earthquakes and things like that on a real-time basis. So this is a 24-hour facility that is monitoring seismicity. For your interest, we have a field school that is running, and I hopefully will run this in September, October. I urge you to register to be part of this program. It's really an introductory program to mapping. So look out for an advertisement. So as a scientist in the CGS, you are required to engage with a number of stakeholders. I'm listing only a few of them here. And this is, it's something that we really putting a lot of effort on, because in order for us to work in these communities where we're working, we need to be engaging with them and telling them what we're doing. And these are the type of people you would talk to. So you're not just sitting in a boardroom talking to stakeholders, but you physically have to go out and talk to community members, traditional leaderships, inform them about what you're doing. It's a very, very important exercise. And just to wrap up, I mentioned the CCUS program. So if you go on our website, we have a number of internships available currently for CCUS. So please go onto our website and see if this is something that might interest you and apply there. Thanks very much, Tanya. I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much, David. Okay, folks, we have time for a couple of very short, quick questions. Carlo, you first.
David, thanks so much for that very insightful presentation, especially that hyperspectral scanning facility. Could I just ask you, where did you say the core library was hosted?
Yeah, so it's hosted in Donkerhoek. So if you know where the CGS office is, it's about 15-minute drive from the CGS office, just outside Silver.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for that. And in order to visit it, what do we have to do? Do you have to make an appointment, obviously, because of COVID times? What's the procedures involved?
Yes, you do. You do have to make a presentation. You do have to make an appointment. I think I've left my email there. You're most welcome to email me directly, or on our website there should be a contact detail there. I think it's info@geoscience.co.za. If you email that, the section head of the lab of the analytical facility and the National Core Library will get back to you on how you can visit and the procedures and things like that.
Thank you. Can you hear me and can you see my screen?
Yes, we can hear you and see you fine.
That's fantastic. So Yes, we've had some wonderful talks this morning, telling us about what it's like in industry and also in the Council for Geoscience. So what I want to tell you now about is the role of geoscientists in academia and research. Now, before I go on to, see, my screen is not advancing. There we go. Okay. So before to talk about academia, let me first ask the question of what is a scientist, and also what is research. So sound is interfering here. If you can switch off your microphones. Thank you. Right. So a geoscientist is somebody who applies scientific methods to geological problems or geoscientific problems. And, so that is what they do. And what is research? Well, research is really identifying a problem and then trying to find a way of solving it using scientific methods. Now, where does this kind of research take place? Universities are the obvious place where such research is undertaken, but as you've also heard from David Koza, that a lot of research is also taking place in places like the Council for Geoscience, where they have their own teams, researching various problems. There are also, and there were more in the past in this country, private or industry-funded research institutions. Some of the big mining companies, for example, De Beers, Anglo-American, they had their own research laboratories, and a lot of proprietary research was going on in those places. Unfortunately, a lot of these big privately funded research organizations have basically downsized or closed down their big research labs, and that's no longer happening. There were also industry-funded research organizations like in the Chamber of Mines, and unfortunately also those are now part of history. So most of the scientific research or geoscientific research going on in this country today is happening at the universities. And of course, also with the Council for Geoscience, there's a lot of interaction between the two. And there's obviously scientific research projects that are shared by the two institutions. Now, who funds all of this research? Now, usually, because it's done at universities, and almost all the research universities in South Africa are government funded, at least partly, it's actually taxpayers in this country through the government agencies who are funding a lot of the research. Of course, all the research going on, or most of the research going on at places like the CGS, which is a government organization, is also funded by taxpayers. But those are not the only funders of research, because there's a lot of non-governmental organizations that are international, for example, that may provide donations. There are also scientific societies, such as the Society of Economic Geologists and various others, the Geochemical Society and so on, which provide funding that can be used by students internationally, and you have to apply for those things. There are many foreign governments and institutions which have bilateral agreements with South Africa, and we can apply for research funding through these bilateral programs, and so this involves either institutions or governments, and some of them are involve individual researchers, others are much larger programs involving multinational institutions and so on. Of course, a lot of funding for research in our universities in geosciences is actually coming from private sector companies. That means companies are paying for research to be done at universities by, for example, sponsoring higher education degrees, master's and PhD research, and so on. Also sponsoring honors students to do honors projects, for example. And then there are also individual donors and sponsors that can fund research, and so this is another source of research funding. There are many endowments that are based at or funds that have been donated to universities, and these can be used for research in geosciences. Now, coming to the types of research that goes on in the geosciences, we can basically think of two different, fundamentally different kinds of research. The first is fundamental research, which has, just to find out about the way the earth works and all its different components, whether it's minerals or metals or whatever. Fundamental research is not necessarily of economic importance, but it's of importance to find out more about the way the earth works and the earth systems work. So that is one aspect of research, and that gets funded mainly through government research allocations to universities through the National Research Foundation, which has open skies research funding for fundamental research. But another very important aspect of research, especially in geosciences, is applied research. And applied research is probably the main kind of research that happens at our universities today, because it's to do with economic geology. Since South Africa is a major metal producer and has major mineral resources, most of our economic geology, it's one of the drivers of our research in the geoscience institutions. So economic geology research is fundamental to our economy and to the continuation of our mining industry. So we have precious metals, and we have absolute world-class deposits, as we all know, of gold and platinum group elements in the Wits Basin and the Bushveld complex. What we also have base metals, copper, lead, zinc, and nickel and other metals. We've got ferrous metals such as iron and manganese and titanium and vanadium. We have now a new focus on high-tech metals, especially things like niobium, tantalum, tungsten, lithium. These are all being used in high-tech industries, rare earth elements, and so on. And of course, there's a new focus on trying to find resources to understand how they're formed, and all of that is being done at various universities in terms of research on these metals. There is, of course, always been a focus on energy resources, especially the coal resources that drive our economy. About 80% of our energy currently is dependent on coal, and as we know from the problems at Eskom, this is not a sustainable solution. We are increasingly having to move to other energy resources, and as David Koza pointed out, also looking at other alternative sources of energy, geothermal, using ocean currents, and so on. So all of this requires research. There's also the search for, deep hydrocarbon resources in the Karoo Basin, fracking, oil and gas, traditionally, which is what we've been looking at offshore, but also the things like energy minerals like uranium, thorium. We have the one nuclear power station at Koeberg, and we also still need to do research not only in uranium and but also in how to store the products of all of that, and so this research continues. So all of this is economic geology driven research, and it's a very important focus of most of the research that's going on in our universities. But there is another aspect of geology, which is about hazard mitigation, and this is to do with the broader needs of human societies, and that is to mitigate the consequences of natural hazards. For example, earthquakes. And this year we've been, or in the last couple of years, we've been looking at, anniversaries relating to the Ceres earthquake in 1969, which is the most recent major earthquake in South African history. But as David Koza also pointed out, if you're looking at having a big nuclear power station just north of a city like Cape Town, you need to look at what is the earthquake or seismic risk to such a facility being very close to such a big city. And I have done some historical research to show that, in fact, the largest earthquake that happened in Cape Town was 200 years ago, well, in 2009. And if you had a similar earthquake today, you could have very serious consequences in terms of human and property damage and human lives. So this is something that we really need to take into account, and there needs to be more research, both in the university environments and also with organizations like the Council for Geoscience. Another aspect is volcanic hazards, which fortunately we in this country are really safe from. We have only one active volcano in the country, and that's in the Prince Edward Islands, in the South Atlantic. So we're not in the Southern Indian Ocean rather, and that's not going to affect us. But as we've all heard in the news over the last few weeks, the big eruption of Nyiragongo in Congo, and the lavas that have affected the town of Goma, causing about 500,000 people to abandon their homes and so on. So this is really a big societal issue, and it's not only in Congo. Many other countries have got huge volcanic eruptions close to big cities. In Mexico City, close to Popocatépetl volcano, in Sicily, and Mount Etna. You've got Mount Vesuvius in Italy with a huge population around the town of Naples. Many active volcanoes in Indonesia, etc. So that's certainly one of the big issues, volcanic hazards and the mitigation of those hazards. So in certain countries like Italy and Japan and Indonesia, this is a very, very big research topic. Another issue that has also been brought up in the previous talk by David Koza is tsunamis. And in particular, he was looking at the risk to the nuclear facilities at Kuberg from a tsunami such as happened in Japan in 2011. And we also need to be cognizant of the fact that there is a risk, even though it may be a reduced risk, because I've done some research around the coastline around Cape Town, and I have discovered evidence for prehistoric tsunamis that hit Cape Town, and what we don't know about these tsunamis is what really caused them and how often do they occur. But there is indubitable evidence that very large waves have hit our shorelines, and almost certainly due to tsunamis. I'll show you that later on. There's also effects of landslides. Again, we are fortunate in this country that we are not very prone to landslides, but in other countries with much more active tectonics and large earthquakes, this is a very major issue. And another aspect is flooding. And we are prone to floods. There have been some big floods in this country, both due to big rivers. Laingsburg, of course, it comes to mind in the 60s, but also flooding more recently in places like Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and so on, due to huge cyclones coming from the Indian Ocean, and also in KwaZulu-Natal. So we certainly need to look at those aspects, and this is some of the research that has to be done in geosciences. So it's not all about economic geology. It's also about societal impacts on of geology on human beings and their infrastructure. Another aspect of research in geosciences is about environmental effects, global change, climate change, and so on. And these are, of course, very large topics, and they are also multidisciplinary. So they don't just involve geology, but they involve geography, human geography, as well as a number of other sciences, atmospheric sciences, oceanic sciences, and so on. But geology certainly plays a part in that, and we have geological archives of past climate change, both in places like deep sea, the glaciers that you find in Antarctica and in Greenland, which are major archives of past environmental change. But we also have them in our continental settings in terms of lacustrine deposits. So we've had a number of studies done on cores that have been drilled in places like the Zwang crater near Pretoria, where we've been able to determine environmental histories in the past. And there's also many other programs like that looking at drilling through different environmental archives. And lastly, but not least importantly, as also pointed out by David Koza, is geohydrology. And there's a huge need for water in this country and in this continent. And that there's definitely a huge need for more hydrologists to look for more water, especially with the climate change and drying of many parts of the world, and it leads to water scarcity. So this is an important topic that needs to be addressed, and it's addressed due to research going on in our universities and other state institutions. Now, having given you all of that, and you all want to know about what is life in academia, so I'll point out a few things in a lighthearted way. Just point out some differences between industry and academia, which may be a kind of a general perception, especially of people working in industry. So in industry, when your boss says jump, you respond, how high? But in academia, well, when your head of department says jump, you will debate the meaning of this and form a subcommittee to discuss how to quantify a phrase such as how high, and then you will write a paper about it. And then probably in a year or two, it might get published. In industry, your boss will always want to have a project that has been finished by yesterday. That's always the imperative. If you saw Sivela's little timeline of what a typical consultant does during a 24-hour day, there's not much time for sleep when you're a highly paid consultant in industry. In academia, things are a little bit different. Academic geoscientists think in a geological time frame. Yesterday does not exist in the vocabulary. Delivery timeframes are vaguely couched in terms of the geological future, usually 3 to 5 or maybe 7 years for a PhD. You want your results by when? Go to industry. Okay. So you have decided that a career in industry is just too hectic for you. You just can't keep up with that hectic pace of having 3 hours of sleep, being on call 24/7, and having to fly off to unknown destinations at the drop of a hat. And you've decided that you actually need a bit more stability in your life, and maybe you want to be in an urban environment perhaps, and you want to get started as a researcher in the geosciences. So what do you need? Well, firstly, you have to be an intensely curious person to get into research. Researchers are, as a breed, curious people. because it is curiosity that really drives what we do in academia, in research. Because a lot of research takes a lot of time, and you need to have a commitment to finding answers, which is way beyond the timeline of, of industry, where you need something done by tomorrow, and by next week you'll be on a different project. So in industry, you're kind of like an American TV viewer with a very short attention span. In industry, in research and in academia, you have to have a broader and longer time view. So you need to have clearly an interest, and that needs to come with a few other skills as well, because you need to have skills to do the research, and that is to focus on particular projects, and you need to have language skills. It's really, really good. Sifiso pointed out that you need to know a few languages. It's useful when you're having a career as a consultant. Well, if you're having a career as a geologist, especially on the African continent, it's very useful to have a few languages up your sleeve. We all know that we are mainly multilingual in South Africa, but if you want to go beyond our borders, you may want to learn French. I had to do that in order to facilitate my own research in Congo, where all the literature was in French. And I learned French reading just to do that. But I also picked up in my reading how to, reading German, and it also helps to, if you read Portuguese, if you want to deal with countries like Mozambique and Angola, and a few other countries in Africa where Portuguese was spoken. And of course, if you want to go up into North Africa, well, aside from French, there's also Arabic. So these are skills that you may want to need, not necessarily to do your research, but if you want to do research in other countries, this may be necessary. But what are the other skills that you really need to do in research? Well, you need to have a good memory for things. You need to be able to make connections between things, remember papers that have been published, and remember a lot of facts and a lot of numbers. And this helps if you can remember all of this rather than just referring to Google, because that's not going to help you that much when you're a researcher. Now, of course, none of that will be possible unless you are able to fund your research. So you need to have the necessary funds. And if you are a researcher at universities, you need to be able to find the funding to do your research. And then also you have to think about how long your research will take. So if you are thinking of doing, say, a higher degree at the universities, you'll have to again think about how long you're able to commit to doing that research that will lead to your master's or a PhD. So let me first give you the prerequisites for a career in academia. So this is not a prerequisite to do a master's or a PhD, but I mean, if you're thinking of a career, this is the starting point, right? So firstly, in order to get there, and if you are an undergraduate student, you need to get good marks in your third year university courses with a minimum aggregate of 65% across the board, and especially in geosciences, if you want to be accepted into an honors course in geology, because that is about the bar that we set, especially say at Wits University where I am, you need to have a minimum of 65% just to get into the honors program. And then if you want to receive a bursary to do your honors, and a large proportion of our students are dependent on bursaries, you need to have that 65% in your third year before you'll be eligible to get a bursary from the government, from the NRF, for example. So you need to be very good and very interested. And those are the hallmarks of somebody who would go into an academic career. Now, remember that when you go into industry, the minimum requirement for employment as a professional geologist, the minimum qualification is a BSc honors in geology. Now, in order to go any further, if you want to go into academia, or even if you just want to study further, a good BSc honors degree of at least 65% aggregate mark would be the starting point for getting higher degrees, an MSc or a PhD by research. So if you're thinking of doing an MSc, you need to first get good marks in your honors degree if you want to qualify for a bursary from the government. So currently the NRF will not give bursaries to anybody who has less than 65% in their honors year. So this is what you really need to do. You need to aim to get at least 65% in order to qualify for funding. If you want a career in academia that involves research and teaching, then the minimum qualification will be an MSc, and preferably in almost all cases, you will require a PhD before you would get any position in academia today. So, but in order to get there, you need to start early and start getting good marks in your undergraduate and your honors degrees so that you can then qualify. Of course, you can also fund your own way through universities, but you know, university education is getting more and more expensive. Now,
Sharad, oh yeah, there we go, thanks.
Okay, I've just been unmuted, right, thank you. So if you have decided that you want to go to a university, either to do a higher degree, a master's or a PhD, or you would want to get into an academic career, but you have to start, as I said, with a master's and a PhD, you want to choose which universities in South Africa. I'm specifically talking about the situation in South Africa. Of course, you can go anywhere in the world if you can afford it. But if we are talking about trying to motivate people in South Africa with our particular situation where most people will be dependent on funding through bursaries, and the bursaries coming from the NRF and the government. In that case, you want to find your own university, if you like. You want to find which is the best university for you to study at in order to undertake research. Now, I have to say that there are several other South African universities that are not mentioned here in the slide, which do not have well-established geoscience departments, or they lack research facilities. I mean, some of them, like Benda, for example, have lots of students, but not very good research facilities. As far as I know, there's several other, especially some of the newer universities, which don't really have existing geology departments. Now, the established ones are the ones that I mentioned here. There are a number of clusters of universities. In Gauteng, we have in Johannesburg, Wits University, where I am, with a specialty in economic geology. We have the Economic Geology Research Institute. We also have facilities like the Wits Isotope Geoscience Lab, WIGGLE. We have the Earth Lab. We have uranium-lead dating laboratories. We have the only teaching departments in the country in geophysics and paleosciences, including paleoanthropology. Also in Johannesburg, we have the University of Johannesburg with its specialty, the Paleoproterozoic Mineralization Group, focusing on iron manganese mineralization in the Northern Cape, and so on. Also they have dating facilities, which we collaborate with at Wits. And then there's also, based at the lower campus of Wits, what used to be part of Wits University is now part of a government lab, Itemba Labs, which used to be the Shondan Research Center for Nuclear Sciences. And it has still active research facilities, which we can use as the geoscience community in Johannesburg. It has a stable isotope laboratory with carbon, oxygen, and sulfur, isotope analytical capabilities. It's got a radiocarbon dating laboratory with accelerator mass spectrometry, and so on. And then there's also the MinTech laboratories, which are focused on metallurgical research, and they have also quite a number of state-of-the-art instrumentations in mineralogy. They operate more or less as an independent sort of unit and a consulting unit, and not so much in collaboration with the universities. In Pretoria, there is the University of Pretoria, which also has its own facilities, and the Council for Geoscience, which you heard about from David Kosa, doing all kinds of very interesting research. Now, so there is a big cluster of educational institutions and research institutions in Gauteng, in Johannesburg and Pretoria. And so this would be one of the best places to be based in, because it's also a big, largest urban center in South Africa. And clearly this is one of the hubs. It's also the focus and the center of the mining industry in South Africa. And so if you want to be involved in that kind of research, or research in economic geology, and also the kinds of facilities that we have, this is the place to be, Gauteng. It is clearly the place where most geoscientific research is actually being done in South Africa. Now, there is another cluster which is in the Western Cape, and this is at the University of Cape Town, which has a very strong focus on geochemistry. It had a Department of Geochemistry. It has an oxygen isotope facility with a very strong history also in diamond and mantle research. They have the mantle research room, the diamond laboratories, and so on at the University of Cape Town. At the University of Stellenbosch, they have a crustal petrology research unit, and they are some of the world leaders in the study of granites and granite petrology. And then there is also the University of Western Cape, which has a specialty in petroleum geology, and there is a zircon dating laboratory that's run by Dirk Fry. So if you want to, say, have a career in oil and gas, working for companies like Petro SA, then one of the places you could go to study further for, say, a master's degree is the University of Western Cape in Bellville, near Cape Town. Now, another cluster is found in the Eastern Cape, where you've got Rhodes University, which has always in the past specialized also in economic geology, and has a very well regarded functioning electron microprobe. It used to give very good courses in, it had a good MSc program for mineral exploration. I lectured there for many years, but unfortunately I think that the program has now come to an end after people have retired and so on. Another university in the Eastern Cape is University of Fort Hare, which also has a focus on petroleum geology, and also things like fracking and so on in the Karoo. So this is another place where you could go to if you want to get into the oil and gas industry in this country. And the third university in that region, in the Eastern Cape, is Nelson Mandela University, formerly known as Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, or University of Port Elizabeth, which, as you know, has changed its name to Kibera. This is the place where the late Martin de Wit had set up a very interesting research institute, multidisciplinary, and we hope that it will still continue along the lines that he had started. So there is a cluster of research institutions in geosciences in the Eastern Cape. When it comes to KwaZulu-Natal, we have the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which has a specialty in engineering geology. It used to have two campuses, well, it still has two campuses in Pietermaritzburg and Durban, which both had geology departments, and then there was a merger in the early 2000s of these various institutions with the University of Durban-Westville, and now it's the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and they have one consolidated geology department based in Durban. So that is the KwaZulu-Natal, and then there's also the Free State, where you have the University of the Free State in Bloemfontein, Mangaung. So these are the places where most of the research is going on. These are the research-intensive universities in South Africa, and this is where you should end up if you want to do research in geosciences in South Africa. Now, what kind of research could you do as a researcher? Well, there are many different fields in geology. Of course, as you know, there's petrology, and there's geochemistry and isotope geochemistry. This is a Chemica instrument, which is at the Helmholtz Center in Potsdam, Germany. But we have special access to it remotely through a remote program that we have set up by my former PhD student, Sarah Glynn, who did a part of a PhD based at the GFZ in Germany. And we are able to use this fantastic laboratory for doing research using an ion probe, but remotely from a desk in Johannesburg. So we are able to use these facilities sort of after hours and during the downtime when the Germans are not using the instruments on weekends and so on. So, but of course we have many of our own laboratories, and right now is the best time ever in the history of South Africa to be doing research, because we have a number of new isotope facilities, new laboratories which have been set up even in the past year. And so we've probably now got better research facilities than we've ever had in the history of this country. And some of this is absolutely world class. So if you want to spend a lot of time in a laboratory, whether it's a geochemical laboratory or an isotope laboratory like this one, you definitely then belong in a university environment where you can do this and pursue your research career like this. But of course, I think that most geologists would actually prefer to be out in the field doing field work, because this is what attracted them to in the first place to the world of geosciences. So geologists are, generally speaking, people who love to be in the outdoors. This is the office that we prefer. But of course, there's space enough in research in the academic field for all kinds of people who love laboratories, people who love administration. Universities are also a good place, and people who love to do field work. These are examples from my field trip in Nepal last year. This is up in the Himalayas. So good place to do field work, even in the snow. Now, let's look at the types of research that occur in a university environment. Well, I've already told you about a lot of applied research in things like economic geology, and a lot of this is industry funded. So it's industry funded applied research, and that's kind of the bread and butter, if I may say, of a lot of the research that goes on in our universities. It's not the same in other universities in other parts of the world, but certainly in South Africa, a lot of our research has to do with applied industry related research. But there is also, so there's industry funded, but then there's also government funded. NRF has a facility called CIMERA, which is the Center for whatever it stands for. And it is the way that the NRF channels research money into the universities, but especially for economic geology focused research. And this has funded a lot of research in the past few years. It's been going on for at least 5 years, and it's a very, very successful program, and it continues. So there is a lot of research opportunities through this government-funded economic geology research, as well as, of course, industry-funded research. But then there is also, if your interest is not in economic geology or applied geology, but in fundamental research, you can also apply for this through the NRF with their Open Skies research programs, and you can do fundamental research. Of course, there's a lot of research in geoscience fields like paleontology, which is not at all necessarily related to economic geology unless you're looking for sort of microfossils in oil exploration or something like that. But a lot of research in paleontology and paleoanthropology is just based on finding out more about fossils and about human evolution and things like that. And that is because we have a global advantage in that we have the fossil record. We have some of the best fossil localities in the world for the Permian and Triassic continental record. We have the world's largest source of fossils, the Karoo Basin, and we have some of the largest treasure troves for paleoanthropology in the cradle of humankind and all the fossils that are coming out of there. So we have the fossils, we have the rocks, and so we also need to do research on those facilities, and we are doing that now. So those are the funded types of research, but there is also another kind of research that I have to tell you about, which is something that I've particularly done myself. And there's a lot of library research or research in historical libraries and archives and so on. So doing actual historical research based on collections in libraries and archives. And then finally, there is the type of research that is unfunded or self-funded because it's just accidental research. You make a discovery while you're on a field trip, or you're out on or something literally falls out of the sky, as I will tell you about, like things like meteorites and other things, or people just walk into the geology department one day and come up with something they found, or they send you an email with some photographs on it, and it leads to new types of research projects which are not necessarily funded but are curiosity driven, and they are just part of the general kaleidoscope of things that we do as researchers in academia. So let me give you some examples of industry-funded research which I've published over the years. So I've done a lot of work in the Central African Copper Belt. I've supervised 4 PhDs in this area. I've had also postdocs who are working in the Copper Belt, also in the Kalahari Copper Belt in Namibia, Botswana. We've had postdocs working there, and we've got a publication on that. I've had a postdoc working on fluid inclusion work, and we did some work on the Hofrat and Nahas deposit in Sudan. And this was industry-funded research. It was just research that was motivated and funded by mining companies. And right on the bottom is the work that I did on the Magondi supergroup, and this is the research that came out of my PhD work, which was also funded by industry. I did my PhD on several copper mines, which I had initially started working on in my early career, and that led to higher degree that was funded by the mines themselves. There's also examples of NRF-funded or non-industry funded research. Research has been funded by NRF or other facilities. I've had projects that were funded partly by the Carnegie, the Carnegie Institution, or partly funded by GFZ in Germany, and so on. So some of that research, for example, was the research of Sarah Glynn, who, as I mentioned, spent part of her time at GFZ in Germany and has set up this collaborative program. But we did research on the Kamativi Inlier and the Choma Kolomo block in Zambia. And this is just fundamental research looking at geochronology and crustal evolution of these terrains. I've also done work, I've collaborated with people like Axel Hoffman, who had a student working on stromatolites in the Pongola supergroup. Other types of library and archival research that I've done in the past was producing bibliographies based on my research in the libraries at BITS and at other libraries and institutions such as at Harvard University and libraries of the Geological Survey of Uganda, Leeds University Library, and libraries in Cape Town and Council for Geoscience and so on. So I have produced a major bibliography on the Katangan supergroup of Central Africa. I've researched in the libraries in Lusaka and in Kalulushi in Zambia, and also the libraries at Harvard University, which had a very big collection on Central African journals and so on. Also the bibliography on the Buganda Toro sequence and the Ruwenzori Mountains is something that I did, and I based on a lot of research that I did in the library of the Geological Survey of Uganda in not in Kampala, but in what is it? Yeah, old age. Yeah. Anyway, the third bibliography that I have is on Liberia, Sierra Leone, and adjacent terrains of Guinea and Cote d'Ivoire, West Africa. In fact, in this case, this research was actually initially funded by a mining company which had interest in Liberia, but it led to bigger things, and I expanded the bibliography to take in the whole of Liberia and the whole of Sierra Leone as well. So this is the kind of research that you can come up with, and it can lead to more interesting projects coming out of this. Here's some other examples of library and archival research. In recent years, I've been very interested in the history of science, and in particular, the history of geosciences. And for my sins, I was elected as a vice president of the International Commission on the History of Geological Sciences last year for the next 4 years. And so one of my tasks is to increase interest in the history of geoscience in Africa. And I've signed up a lot of new members, and if you are interested in joining the International Commission on the History of Geosciences because of an interest in geoscience, then contact me and I can sign you up as a member. There's no membership fee, but you need to be elected as an associate member or as a full member based on your interest in geoscience research. So in the last few years, I've been researching on the life and work of Alex du Toit, our most famous geologist in South Africa. And one of my tasks is to also increase South African awareness of du Toit. Now, we all know that du Toit lectures that are given every 2 years by invited lecturers to the Geological Society of South Africa. But how many of us know that there is an impact crater, 80 or 90 kilometer diameter impact crater on Mars that is named after Alex du Toit? He's the only South African who's got a crater named after him on Mars. And yet most South Africans don't know that. So we need to know a lot more about our geological heroes. And I've been working for the past 7 years on the archives at the Jagger Library at the University of Cape Town, on the archives of Alex du Toit. And as you all also are aware of, the Jagger Library burned down in April, a couple of months ago, with a devastating fire. But I'm happy to announce to you that the du Toit archives survived that fire because they were in the basement where a lot of stuff was water damaged but did not go up in flames like the other 2 floors of the library. So the du Toit archives are still available for research, and that will keep me busy for the next few years. These are just some of the papers I've published in the last 2 years coming out of that du Toit work. It's really an interesting and fascinating field to delve into the past and see what motivated some of the great research projects that people like Deloitte were involved in. Now, another thing that came out of my library research was to discover the first stratigraphic column in South African history that was published as long ago as 1652, a date that will resonate to anybody who knows the least thing about South African history. Jan van Riebeeck, and that's where it all started, apparently, 1652. Well, I'll tell you now that it's wrong. Our history didn't start in 1652. And Jan van Riebeeck didn't come here in 1652. I mean, he did, but it's not the first time that he did. He actually came here in 1648. And he came here in 1648 to rescue these survivors of a shipwreck, which is shown on the map that you see there. You see that arrow, it's pointing to the location of a shipwreck in Table Bay. Today, the site of that would be somewhere north of Milnerton. And that shipwreck was the Haarlem. And it was a shipwreck that happened in 1647, full of cargo for the Dutch East India Company. And in order to survive on shore, they were tasked with saving the cargo because the ship listed in shallow water and they couldn't float the ship again. So they had to unload all of the cargo that was, all the spices that were there on the ship, guard it for a whole year and survive for a whole year until they got rescued again. So what happened to these survivors is that they had to dig a hole. They lived among the sand dunes on the coast, and on the landward side was the Salt River, so they couldn't find any fresh water on that side, and they were caught between the sea and the Salt River. So they had to dig straight down, 60 feet down, in fact, or 20 meters, where they found an aquifer with drinkable water. And they recorded the different layers that they passed through, which I show in the table at the bottom, which I've compared with the modern stratigraphy that we know of the Pleistocene and Holocene stratigraphy of that region. And there was a very good match between what they found and what we know of the modern geology. So this is the first stratigraphic column that was published in 1652. And I have recently been involved with a new NGO called IMURE, the African Institute for Marine and Underwater Research, Exploration and Education. In fact, I've just been appointed its chairman. This is an NGO founded, and the CEO is Bruno Wertz, a marine archaeologist based in Cape Town. And we think that we have just found the actual wreck of the Haarlem in shallow water, where that arrow is on this old map. We are trying to raise money now, and also interest. We are trying to make documentaries and a movie about this subject. And we are currently doing research on artifacts that have been found there, including metal objects. We are doing isotope work, radiocarbon dating, and so on. But we are hoping to do some really interesting research on this soon. So this all comes out of historical research that was done in the libraries, in the old books and archives, but it will lead to something very, very interesting in the future. Other kinds of accidental research that I've done, well, things that I've just discovered, either on field trips or just going to a friend's house and looking out a balcony and seeing that down there are these incredible rocks. This is this photograph on the bottom left is of a big mega tsunami deposit that I have described from Cape Town, from Bantry Bay. And this is written up for a textbook on geohazards that's being used in high schools in Germany. I still need to get this translated for use in high schools in South Africa. Another thing that you see here, bird footprints, I discovered in the Pretoria salt pan back in 1991 when I published this. And it took about 20 years before somebody found the same class of new sedimentary structures that I discovered in the ancient rock record, modified bird footprints. In the middle, you see a paper that I published on granite boulders from Penang Island, which I discovered while I was on holiday there. On the top right, you see the hot springs at Gaitale in the Danakil Depression in Ethiopia, where I recorded a lot of dead birds and due to the activity of CO2 emissions out of this hot spring. So this is all research that is kind of accidental research, but I want to tell you about something very peculiar. Sometimes research literally falls out of the sky. And here is an example of such a research. This is the fastest bit of research that I ever did from the word go until presentation at a conference. So this.
2 minutes, please, Jared.
Yes. Sorry.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. Then this is the kind of stuff that falls out of the sky literally one day in July 2006 on a Friday. There was a block of ice fell out of a blue sky and between two blocks, residential blocks in Sandton in Johannesburg. And it appeared on the next day's Saturday Star. And this was the day that I decided to investigate and went out and actually found the place where this thing had fallen, because the very next day I was driving out to Maputo for a conference, which was starting on the Monday morning. And I actually worked on that Saturday after having taken photographs, and I presented this as a poster on the Monday morning following this ice block falling from the sky. This was the first mega cryometeor that was discovered in the whole of Africa. So, here is a photograph I took of the little crater that was produced where this thing fell from the sky. So literally extremely fast research. Well, other kinds of papers are invited papers, review papers. I've just published in the Encyclopedia of Geology a big review paper on my research on the Central African Copper Belt. So I will just end with a few photographs. In my 42-year research career, these are a few of the places that I've had a chance to visit and work in. Magondi Copper Belt in Zimbabwe. Here's more photographs from there. The Congolese Copper Belt in Congo, and Kipushi over here, lead zinc deposit in Congo. The Kilembe massive sulfide deposits in Uganda. Yes. Hello. The Vuba-Chikwe mines in Zimbabwe, Dominion Reefs in South Africa, South Deep, Black Reef in the Wits Basin, the Hogar in the Sahara Desert. And well, you know, it's not just about research in academia, but also the dissemination and publication of the fruits of that research. So I've attended many, many conferences in at least 40 countries on 6 continents, many, many different meetings of many different organizations. I've given invited lectures in many different countries, including the US, Brazil, Australia, England, Zimbabwe, Namibia. All of these are accompanied by air tickets. So this is the career of an academic geologist. And geoscientific research gives you a chance to see the remotest, weirdest, and most wonderful parts of our planet, eat exotic food, as Sifiso had also mentioned, and get paid to do it. So this is Dalol in Ethiopia, one of the weirdest and most wonderful places on earth. And well, you may have read in the previous issue of Geo Bulletin from last year about my trip to the Nepal Himalayas, driving through the terminal moraine of the Dhaulagiri Glacier. This is a big, absolutely fantastic section of the Kali Gandaki Gorge, the Takola section. That's the Kali Gandaki River at the bottom with ice, with snow, and of course, Mount Everest. So this is the kind of thing that we do as an academic geologist, go on field excursions all around the world. And you can also do, on that excursion in India, by the way, we discovered by accident this fossil, which is called Dickinsonia, at one of the sites that we were visiting. And I got fame at last when an article appeared in February of this year, the New York Times, and that's me in the white jacket, pointing out in the ceiling there, what you see on the right-hand side, this fossil. And so, well, you can get fame, you know, if you do the right kind of research. But there is also the question that, you know, a lot of your minds, yes, but what about fortune? Well, did I hear you say fortune? Well, then go to industry, you know, don't come to academia, right? But what price can you put on a lifetime of enrichment from seeing the world, attending conferences, meeting amazing people, and doing all kinds of interesting research? In retrospect, I would not give up my academic life for all the gold mines of the world. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, so this is the section of the course where we ask you to ask our panel members any of the questions that you want to. And I'm going to start off getting the ball rolling. All of you folks here, David, are you here? What's happened to David?
I think David left, but he might have come back.
I saw him come back, but he's obviously fallen off again. Okay, well, anyway, you folks have all done extremely well, major achievements in your life, in your career. But it hasn't always been plain sailing, I'm sure. So what I'd like you to do is to indicate to our delegates some of the major challenges that you have come across in your career and how you've overcome them in order to continue on with your career. Let's start with Sifiso.
Thanks, Tanya. Yeah, there's been a couple of challenges in my career. It's perhaps not as long as some of the other panelists, but there's two I'll mention. The first one is essentially adapting from the background I came from of technical consulting, exploration consulting, into now doing some management consulting, for example. Which is quite a mental adjustment. The approach in doing work, it's not just necessarily about, okay, what you have on the ground or what mineral you have, what you're looking for, what you're drilling, but it's now looking beyond that. How do you actually add value? How do you unpack more of the problems? So it's the approach changes from being given a task, okay, find this, quantify this, evaluate this, now to, okay, trying to unpack the problems. And I mean, overcoming that, I mentioned it during my presentation, Tanya, is do a lot of research that doesn't stop, continuous learning, lifelong learning, that doesn't stop. Don't be afraid to ask questions from those who know better, you know. One of the difficulties, the second one I've had, in my career is now dealing with the multiple disciplines and the various specialists and being able to challenge those. So, for example, you're having to challenge a metallurgist on metal accounting, for example, or processing, or a CA on finance. And it goes with do as much training as you can, ask questions, always be open-minded, be willing to learn. One of the things I think I've managed, was going beyond the personalities, trying to engage with people. Yes, you'll find difficulties along the way. difficult people to work with, whether it's your boss or colleagues, but finding a way to get along for the sake of doing the work and thereby learning from everyone. I mean, you learn from various people along the way. Some of the people I've learned with, I think Fida's still on the call here, for example, you know, he knows I listened to him quite a lot of times. We had lengthy conversations and trying to unpack from people's experiences and those who've done it. So those are the challenges that I've had. It's adjusting. I mean, some of the ones that maybe came across was just working in some of these remote environments and isolated places. It's maintaining a sense of humor. Don't forget what the mission is, what you are there for. And more importantly, it's the fulfillment you get. So you might be in the middle of nowhere trying to uncover or discover something, but it's essentially the change or the impact that you make from discovering something that'll keep you pushing. And the fulfillment, I mean, Sharon touched on that a bit earlier. It's not necessarily about the, you know, the yes, we all want to make money and a fortune if possible, but it's the fulfillment and looking at the difference that you've made. So certain place in the middle of nowhere in Africa and looking at the development that was based on some of your work, you know. So those I know I expanded now to 3, but I'll leave it there, Tanya.
Thank you, Sfiso. Nolene?
So unfortunately, I'm going to have to say it was because of my gender. If you think about when I started as a geologist, we weren't allowed to work underground. So that was already quite a challenge for me because that's what I wanted to do. But it also turned into an opportunity because it turned me into an exploration geologist. And, you know, that is really what I enjoyed. So it was pushing past the stereotyping. My first job, I was put into a lab to run a lab. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's just that that's where I was put because I was a woman. So just getting past that, proving to people that I was totally capable of being in the field with a caravan and a bakkie on my own, doing field work, mapping, you know, that was probably my first and I'd say my biggest challenge. It did get easier as I had more credibility. So the more credibility you have, the more people trust that you can do the job. And I'm actually going to just leave it at 1, seeing Safisa took the other one.
Sharon?
Well, I guess maybe on a similar theme, I would say my biggest challenge was when I was an undergrad during the apartheid era. Because as you know, at that time, all the universities were race-based. And although I grew up in Johannesburg, within sight of Wits University, I could actually see the university from where I was born and grew up. I was not allowed to visit or to attend Wits University in my first year. I applied to Wits, but I was told that there was a first-year course that has been given at the University of Durban, Westville, which was the university for Indians in Durban. And so I had to go to Durban, Westville and do a first-year course, which turned out to be a service course given for engineers by a guy with an MSc from Potch, who was a geomorphologist, and there was no geology department there. There was literally, it was a service course, and I was the only guy who was registered for a science degree. That means that I was the only guy who was sitting in on lectures on paleontology. And when it came to mineralogy, I knew more than my lecturer. So he used to leave me in charge of my fellow students in first year so that I ran the pracs and taught them everything that I knew about mineralogy. And so that's what I did in first year in Durban, Westville. And I did physics and chemistry and you know, stuff like that. But there was no second year offered at Durban, Westville. So I applied to Wits to come to second year. And I remember very well coming into WITS to be interviewed by Professor Tom Clifford at the time, who said, "Well, you know, he wanted to know what did I do in first year." And luckily, we had done the same. You used the same textbooks as WITS used and whatever. But I discovered that at WITS, your first year was taught by 3 professors: Clifford, Muskie, and McIver, 3 of the greatest geologists in South Africa. And so my training in first year level at Durban Westville was nowhere near what a first year student got at WITS. But I did get a first in my first year. I was accepted into second year at WITS, and I struggled like hell. And by the time I got into third year, I was completely unmotivated, because I knew that there was no job for a person like myself in the mining industry, which was reserved for white people at that time. And so I was completely unmotivated in my third year. I basically flunked, repeated, and just barely made it with a bare minimum BSc degree. Now, this would not get anybody a job today in the mining industry, the qualifications that I had. But I had a bit of luck. It was called the independence of Zimbabwe. In 1980, that country was finally being granted independence, but there had been a civil war preceding that, with Robert Mugabe and Joshua Nkomo leading rival armies from Zambia and Mozambique. So a lot of people were fleeing Rhodesia, as it was, before the independence of Zimbabwe. And one of them was a big mining company. There was a mining company there, Messina, which had its biggest mine in Zimbabwe at the time. And they were desperate to find a geologist. They were so desperate, they advertised in the local newspapers, in the Rand Daily Mail, and I applied on a Monday morning. They received my application on Tuesday. They contacted me on Wednesday, and they said, "Can you come for an interview?" I said, "When?" They said, "How about Friday?" And I came on Friday morning, and Friday afternoon, I got a phone call, and they said to me, "The job is yours if you want it." So it was just a matter of luck, more than anything else, that a guy like me, who would not have gotten a job at all in the mining industry at that time, I would have probably ended up doing something else. I don't know, astronomy or whatever. But by luck, I got a job, and I was flown on a Learjet on my first job as a 21-year-old, green and wet behind the ears, and with no experience, with a BSc degree that I barely passed. But that was it. I was told to sink or swim, and I was left to my own devices. And it was a few years later that I joined Tanya in the honors class, coming back with 3 or 4 years of industry experience, 3 years. And then when I came back, I was the top student in that class in honors. So industry experience does things to you, but it also motivates you, and gets you interested. So that was my change of luck. But that was how I guess I was lucky in a way.
Well, I must mention that from the honors year, when you arrived there, we were all so envious of the experience that you had had in industry. And every question that the lecturer asked, you knew the answer to, because you'd been there and done it. And we all felt that we envied you. Anyway, let's move on to Pete. You give us your comments, please.
Sure. Thanks, Tanya, and everybody else who's commented. Just one, before I start, I do have to leave at 1:30. So if we're still carrying on, I'm just going to exit quietly. So my biggest challenge was around 2000, turn of the century. I'd been working in exploration for 15 years. The base metal market was taking a real dive, and I was retrenched. Young family, just married 5 years, 2 young kids. And now I was out of work, and I'd been in the Northern Cape most of that 15 years, if not all of it, most of it. And work was scarce at that time. So I was sort of part-time employed for 6 months. Eventually, after this 15 years in exploration, I ended up with Harmony on a Wits underground gold mine. So rather a big change in environment, from a very pleasant field environment to a let's say a more robust underground environment. So I always knew that I wanted to work on the Wits, but I wasn't expecting to do it sort of 15 years into my career. When I left varsity, the Chamber of Mines at the time indicated would provide some jobs for people, and I did apply for 3 jobs, and the first, second, and third choice was Wits underground, Wits underground, and Wits underground. I got sent to Pilgrim's Rest exploration, so I took that as a sign to to move into exploration, where I stayed. Anyway, I got a job with Harmony, and it's very different environment. Fortunately, the job market started picking up again about 2003, and I moved from Harmony to Anglo Coal at the time. But now I was sort of 15 years behind my peers who'd all been through the trenches, had done the grade control, started as young geologists in the mines. So I did not have that experience, and that was always something that was a challenge to me in the coal work environment. I then had the opportunity to do the master's degree at Wits by coursework, focused on a lot of the coal courses to try and pick up my base knowledge on coal, which was obviously relatively successful because I'm still in coal as we speak. So yeah, it was a difficult time in the perhaps the first few years of this 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, folks, now it's over to you. Please raise your hand or unmute yourself. You've got, I don't know how many hundreds of years of experience here. Please ask any question, anything that you ever wanted to know and were too afraid to ask. But they're still too afraid to ask.
I was just going to say.
Carrie, please go ahead.
It's not so much being afraid to ask. It's a case of we didn't sort of get the assignment instruction ahead of time that we could prepare our questions and, you know, review them amongst ourselves and share. I don't have a particular question, but I did want to say thank you to the panelists, not only for their technical knowledge, but for the more personal stories that they've shared toward the end now in your discussion. I think it goes a long way because it can be incredibly intimidating to learn from people who are leaders in their field and then look at yourself in the mirror and think, oh dear, I don't match up, you know, and instead of sort of helping yourself on, you start lingering on the negatives. So my special thanks to all the panelists for letting us see behind the curtain and giving us the inspiration to pick ourselves up and carry on.
Thank you very much for that, Carrie. Okay, if there are no other questions, I have one last question.
Tanya, perhaps I should comment. There was a question from Lauren earlier on the PITs, which I didn't answer.
Okay, go ahead.
She asked if the PIT is appointed on completion of the PIT program. So perhaps 10 years ago, that would have been a formality. More recently, the PITs are appointed on a contract, and they are not necessarily appointed as a full-time employee on completion. So the contract is, works in the company's favor that if the PIT is not performing, and not necessarily in the geology field, but certainly in some of the other fields that does happen, you can let them go without being tied to offering them employment. And then, of course, it does increase the competition for jobs. So the people do tend to perform better if they know that at the end of their contract, job selection is going to be on past performance. So, Lauren, I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay. Carlo, you have a question for us?
Yes, Tanya, I just want to know in general from you and any of the panelists involved, if you guys have found sort of oversupply. I know the last few years there's been quite an oversupply of geologists, specifically in the South African setting. Have you found that it dropped down? Because it seems to me, well, from my perspective, that the classes certainly has become smaller for geologists. Have you seen this filtering through into industry, or do you guys still find a lot of CVs streaming into your inboxes and people looking for geological roles?
Let me make a comment first, and then others can follow. We've certainly seen
Thank you.
a lot of CVs come through. There are a lot of geologists out there. Are there a lot of good geologists out there? Two different questions. But the industry is also cyclical. Every couple of years, there's a significant amount of geologists looking for a job. Things change, time goes on, and a couple of years later, we're all scratching around looking for geologists for different jobs. So you do have the cyclical nature of industry. You've got issues such as COVID, which can come in at any time and cause a problem. But yes, there are jobs out there, and yes, there are geologists out there. Good, bad, and indifferent for both geologists and jobs. Anybody else on the panel want to make a comment?
Yes, I just want to say that the numbers of students coming into geosciences have declined drastically across the country, apparently. We have had a major drop in first-year intake at Wits University. Just a few years ago, we used to have about 120 first years. And this year, it has gone down to something like 40. Or I may be corrected, but it's a really drastic decline in the number of first years coming into geology. Now, this may be partly a function of not enough bursaries being given for students to study at universities, because mining companies were dishing out lots of bursaries at the time when they had to meet all their big commitments and so on. But we are seeing an across the board a huge decrease, and probably it's too early to see the effect in terms of graduates entering the industry. But I'm pretty sure that a few years down the line, just when possibly there might be a big upturn in the global metals industry, there will be a drastic shortage of new geologists coming in from the universities. You can expect that. It's an anti-cyclical, unfortunately.
Just to add, yeah, and then I was going to say something along those lines, Chef. You're quite right. The cycles now create the lag when it's booming. Like now people are seeing an imminent boom. We sort of already started, but then there's a lag, because when things are booming, the cycles every 5 or so years, people signing up and registering at the boom, and then when it goes down, then you've got an oversupply again. So there's those dynamics. One interesting story I want to add, just from the GSSA perspective, and Tanya and Nolene know about this and have been tracking membership statistics over the few years. One of the vice presidents for the membership portfolio pointed out one specific spike in numbers a few years ago. It was probably 15 or 20 years ago, that was caused by one of the local soapies, Isidingo, simply because the big savior was the geologist at that time. He came and saved the mine, and it was actually shown in numbers. There was a minor spike. I mean, it wasn't by now doubling, but there was some significant increase, 25% thereabouts in the intake, because now people now got a bit more exposed. Oh, there's geology. What is this? And they got more interested. Obviously, that didn't last, and now because of the recent cycles and crashes, I think the numbers have generally declined. But I just thought I'd add that interesting story. I think Nolene and Tanya know about that as well.
So, Sophia, we blame Isdingo for the oversupply in geologists then?
From 10 years ago, that's correct. You can, at that point. And then the GFC, and then so it all just, But yes, it was actually shown. That was quite interesting. I think, the big savior at the time. And people were keen and interested in that.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank
so
you.
if I could come in there, Tanya. From a corporate point of view, we have not seen as much job offers being advertised as perhaps we would have done in the previous 5 years. I also sit on the Minerals Education Trust Fund Geology Subcommittee for Anglo and now Tungela. So we have noticed this big drop in numbers across all the universities, and they are making big efforts to try and pick up the numbers, and some of them are being more successful than others. But the upside is that we try as part of the METF to track where these geologists go. So a lot of them will go into industry, the mining industry. Some of them get sort of lost. Nobody knows where they go. We assume that they find work somewhere or other. A lot of them will go into the smaller consultancies, and may not get paid as well, but it's a stopgap situation until the cycle turns again. But the indications from the universities are that most of the graduates do seem to find work in perhaps not a geological field, but perhaps an environmental field. They might go into these niche consultancies as well. Thanks.
Tanya, if I could just add to that, and also to address one of the questions that you, I think, are going to put to us about what we would say to our younger selves, is I would say yes to every opportunity. So don't be scared, be brave, be adventurous, and take every opportunity that's given to you. Listening to the talks today brought to mind again the fact that I've worked at the Geological Survey, I've worked in junior mining, I've worked at a major, I've worked in consulting, and it's just given me such a wealth of experience that when that perfect job does come along, you've already built up the experience that you're going to need.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And on that, let's keep going with that question. So, Pete, let's start with you. What advice, in a nutshell, would you give to your younger self?
Yeah, that's always a very difficult question. I was hoping to go last year. There's some really practical advice. Is wear long sleeves in the field. I'm feeling the effects of not doing that as I get older. Understand, manage your money is quite an important thing. So while you're earning, understand where your money's going and look to the future. Again, as you get older, you'll realize the value of having a pension and things like that, so that you can retire when you want to retire. You don't have to work until you're 60. So if you're successful in life, you could probably stop work at between 50 and 55 and do what you want to do. It's not as though you're going to stop work. You might stop being employed for salary, but you might still be working for the pleasure of working, giving back if you want, and enjoying what you're doing rather than doing what you have to do to make a salary. Nolene put it well. Take every opportunity you can. Don't be scared. I mean, there are times when you might well be scared. Don't be afraid to step out of that comfort zone. Expand your horizons as much as you can. The more experience you get, the better person you are, not just as a geologist, but a person you are. And it doesn't have to be work experience. It could be anything. It just makes you a better person. You learn, even from the negatives you learn. Sometimes you learn from what to do, and other times you learn what not to do. So keep your eyes open for those opportunities as well. Thanks.
Safiso?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to add like investments just to expand on, Pete's point about saving money. When you're out there having no responsibilities, like when I was out there in the field, I could have made a few more smarter investment decisions and things. I haven't done too badly, but, in hindsight, I would have, been well set up for now. So then the other one is also when you're out in the field as well, have, sprays for any ticks and so on. Sorry, I want to bring in an interesting story where we were with Sherrod. We'll remember about 10 years ago when we were in the field and you got tick bite fever because we were working through these remote fields. But generally, just make sure you are covered medically and otherwise when you're out there. So fortunately, we were not in a very remote place. We're just in Botswana. But yeah, I mean, that's it goes back to the point. Take care of yourself a bit better and a bit more. When you're young, you just go everywhere and pundu bash everywhere, but just take care of yourself. Thank you.
Sherrod?
Yes, yeah, it definitely brings to mind all the places I've been to in Africa. Lovely exotic places, and 2 days after getting there, coming down with food poisoning and being really sick, and I've had malaria, and I've had, you know, a tick bite fever and all those things. But I think that's just part of being a geologist. If you want to be out there in all these exotic places, that's comes with the territory, especially when food doesn't agree with you. But another piece of advice, I guess, is ongoing education. There's no such thing as a degree that will teach you anything. We in geoscience education today, we have to, you know, although most of our graduates are going to end up working in industry, but we also have to train people to become researchers and educators as well. So we have to still give a very well-rounded education to anybody doing a BSc degree or BSc honors degree at WITS. And it still means that you know, people going out into industry will use only a fraction of what they've actually learned at university. But and we cannot teach them all the things, the skills that they actually do need in industry. So earlier it came up in the discussion about whether if you're with a PhD, and do you still need to, you know, be trained again if you're working in a mining environment or something. Well, the answer is yes, because if you're working as a grade control geologist on a shaft and you've got a PhD, you still need to know what a grade control geologist does, and that's something that we don't teach even if you've got a PhD. So there's a lot of skills that you pick up on the job when you're a junior geologist, and those are things that we can never teach you at university. So learning is always going to be a lifelong experience when you're in, whether you're in industry or, and especially of course in academia, you're always learning. You're always learning new things at every new conference you go to, and you go to at least 2 conferences every year. So it's a lifelong process, but it's not just for academics, it's also for people in industry. You have to keep learning all the time, and learning new skills, new computer programs, learning how to drive a new type of vehicle or whatever. So yeah, this program of continuing professional development, for example, that's very necessary for geoscientists and geologists working in industry today, because you know, everything that you do has to change, keeps changing with time, and you've got to keep up. You've got to keep up with the trends. You've got to keep up with the technology.
I remember some advice that was given to me many years ago. When I was a junior geologist, my professor said to me, the best geologists are those who have seen and licked the most rocks.
That was Desmond Tutu.
Yes, it was. So yeah. Never forget, even though there are many wonderful techniques that are coming up that we learn about, you're a geoscientist, which is mostly about rocks. Don't forget the rocks part of being a geoscientist.